Hello.
How you doing, Ryan?
What's up, Fifth? How's your day?
Good, good. How's your day?
I'm pretty damn good. There's only you want to talk about it, or because if we have the same stance, I'm probably just gonna hop out of here because I like debating and stuff.
Well, I mean, this is how I run my panel. I basically just present the question, and then people come up here and state their position, and then we go from there. So I don't
You
really
don't
have
have a personal.
huh?
You don't have like a personal opinion on this.
Uh, no. It's a friend of mine's topic. He's co-hosting the show. He's just not here yet.
Okay.
But I'm just it's just a conversation. I mean, who do you feel benefits more from social privilege, men or women? You can go ahead and state your position.
I mean, I would absolutely say women. There are so many ways, whether we're talking about children's system, protection, just in general, statistics of from the law, women get out of speeding tickets so much more commonly, and this
Hmm.
may be because of males, but they have so many benefits. Now, these benefits may derive from male characteristics or how males treat them, but they absolutely have so much more privilege. I mean, I think that's pretty evident.
Yeah,
So I should I just waiting here for somebody to come in here and find an opposition.
yeah. I mean, it'll get to that. I just started the live like a minute or so ago, but yeah. So this is a conversation about just when you put it like this, right? So you have the laws, and then you have how the laws are executed, how they're lenient on certain things. Like for instance, women will get lesser years for the same crime of a man, right? So you have those as a conversation, you know. This whole conversation about equality and versus equity, which we know that there's a difference there, you know. And you mentioned tickets, you mentioned, certain other social privileges, whether it be in law, whether it be society, whether it be in culture. So there are many different things. I would say there are things that men may benefit from, and there are things that women may benefit from. So I guess the conversation is more so about who benefits more. Maybe it could be it depends on certain situations, but I mean there are many ways to take this conversation. So my co-host is here now. I'm gonna let him up. What's up, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right, bet. What's up?
yeah. I just started it like a few minutes ago. We had one person come up.
Yeah,
He had dropped, but yeah, man. Your topic today, man. Yeah,
yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah,
When I first came up with the question,
yeah.
I was kind of in the middle of it. I
Uh
wasn't
huh.
really considering all of the examples of privilege.
Mhm.
I talked about it with my cousin JC Finesse, and then
Mhm.
my friend Spicy Ranch,
Mhm.
and we talked about it for like hours.
Mm.
I'm not gonna lie. Social privilege,
Yeah.
woman, 100%,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Because there's just so many examples that I can bring up in regards to social privilege. Chivalry in itself is a privilege that women benefit from. Okay, so privilege, the definition of it,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
And I kind of look at it in two ways
Yeah.
is like unearned benefits, you know?
Yeah.
But also there are privileges that you can earn. So let's say, for example, that you have a job, right, Fifth? Let's
Yep.
say that you work really hard to make a lot of money,
Yeah.
right? And the money that you get, you now have the privilege to go out to Barbados or go out to Dubai.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like those are earned privileges.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
benefit from your hard work, your future, your labor,
Yeah.
rather. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That would be like an example of earned privilege.
Yeah.
But like unearned privileges, like for example, like there are people in this world that have two parents, and there are some that don't.
Yeah.
You know, people who have two parents, that is a privilege that they didn't necessarily earn. They were born into that privilege.
Yeah.
Or the fact that, your dad is Will Smith. Oh, no, sorry. Bad example. Your dad is Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like, you're a child of the president of the United States. That's a privilege that you didn't necessarily earn.
Right.
You're born into it. So there are privileges that we all don't earn every day. Men have it, women have it. But the social privilege, I'm gonna go ahead and say women because you have to take it to the fact that social media is something that women benefit from the most. You know, the fact that they're able to pretty much market themselves because of their beauty. And I'm not complaining about that. I'm just acknowledging the fact that they have that privilege. They have the privilege to, you know, the world is their oyster. 18-year-old woman versus an 18-year-old or 18-year-old girl versus an 18-year-old boy. I mean, the experiences are way different. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, an 18-year-old girl has like she's pretty attractive. The world is her oyster. But that 18-year-old boy, he's not going to have the same advantages or privileges that she has.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I'm not necessarily complaining about that. I'm just acknowledging, what the reality is. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'll say for social privilege,
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and lean more towards women. But I say that respectfully. I'm not saying that in a bad way.
Yeah.
But there are examples where I can point out that are bad, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep it like that for now.
Yeah. Well, brother, you can do your thing today, man. I'm here with you. We gonna do this together, and talk to the people. You know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So we got somebody new who came on the panel. Bang on the system. How you doing, brother? Bang on the system. Are you there? Well, he's not muted.
Not probably his
Okay.
audio is not working.
Okay.
He
Okay.
dropped out. Yeah, he'll come
Well,
back probably.
so earlier, a guy by the name of Ryan came on here and he said that he definitely thinks it's women who benefit more. And the examples he gave was, they get out of speeding tickets, you know, but he also, he was saying that they get over, there's certain things that they can kind of get away with that he feels.
Yeah.
And, I brought up quickly, certain crimes that you see men and women do.
Hmm.
Women will get less time for it.
Yeah.
Like right now, and I don't want to make it a race thing, but I'll just bring it up because they talked about it. There's a lady who was accused of killing her, ending her deleting her boyfriend's life. She only got
Yeah.
6 years.
6 years.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? Now that you bring it up, the law
Yeah.
is another example. The fact that there are plenty of examples of what I've read over my years of us looking at sports and whatnot. There are a few athletes that could have made it big in life. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? And of course, the story goes they're at a party and whatnot, and they're having fun. They're not drinking. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary. They're just minding their business.
Right.
And then a girl wants to get with him. He says no.
Yeah.
She'll take offense to that, and then she'll lie on his name because even like women know that even though the guy didn't do it, the lie itself is what people are going to focus on. They're going to either people are going to believe it regardless. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter what you say. They're going to believe that he did something to her when he really never did. It's kind of similar to the whole Emmett Till thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like Emmett Till didn't whistle, and
Right.
what happened to him? What happened to him?
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? So like that's a more extreme example of a
Yeah.
woman that lied on his name. And by the way, she's still alive. Wrote a book about it.
Yeah.
Wrote a whole book about it.
No. No.
And no one's giving her any slack.
No.
You know what I'm
No.
saying? So it's like
No
she
one.
profited off
Yeah.
of her experience. And granted, she I mean, shout out to her for give her some credit. She told the truth, but how many years later, guy died. The little boy died. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So like that's just an example. Or the fact that women can use their trauma to kind of like explain their bad behaviors, right?
Yeah.
I never heard of a guy say, "Oh, I had trauma, I had daddy issues." I never heard anyone say that. But women have the privilege to say, "Oh, well, I'm this way because my dad's like this or whatever. I went through this. I went through this." Listen, men suffer silently. You never really hear men complain about their suffering, and a lot of times the result of their suffering ends up in them ending themselves. You know what I mean? It's just not talked about.
Or even if a man did, I mean, no one
No one
cares.
would care.
Yeah.
And also, I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up. I'm gonna bring up grape. You
Yeah.
know, we
Yeah.
always focus on women, which I get it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but
Right.
like, you gotta understand that little boys are probably more likely to get trafficked than women are in
Mm.
some cases. Um, I mean, just think about it, right? Look at the Vatican, right? What are the popes
Mm.
doing? They're not touching the little girls,
Mm.
touching little boys.
Mm.
You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Mm.
So it's
Mm.
like, you know, same-sex crimes. Whether it be, uh, uh, whether it be a grown man or a little boy, those are prevalent, man. No one talks about that.
Yeah.
No one ever does. I mean, yes, do girls get kidnapped and things happen to them? Yes, of course. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but
Right.
we only focus on that. We don't ever focus on the fact that little boys get taken too. You know, it's always little girls this, little girls that. And listen, I have nieces and like that, so I understand the the perception of preserving women's body and taking care of them and quote unquote saving them. But little boys, I mean, holy moly, the stories that I've seen that I've heard, they're dark, man. They're not pretty. They're not good. I watched Sound of Freedom. It's a movie that came out. True story, by the way.
I saw that with Jim Caviezel.
Jim Caviezel. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I watched that, and the little boys the amount of boys that were taken. I mean,
Yeah.
girls too, but like it's like damn near equal.
Yeah.
Damn near the same. It's like wow, it's just like kind of nuts and crazy. Thinking about it, but
Yeah.
yeah, like women have back to what I was saying. Women have the privilege to sort of like talk about their trauma and oh, I'm afraid of this, I'm afraid of that. Men are scary, blah blah blah. And they can say whatever they want, but men, we don't have that privilege. And then if we ever complain about anything, it's like oh, well, you shouldn't be complaining about that because you're a man. And like our experiences are usually turned down by the fact that women, by our experiences are undermined by the woman's emotions. You know what I'm saying?
Beyond it, it happened.
So
It happened in real time on this panel. Remember that time I did 2 episodes in one day?
yeah,
There was this particular time, and remember a woman came up, and we were talking about. They talked about what happens to the young boys, and she wanted to automatically say, "Well, what about the girls?" So it goes to show you what you said about them not caring. You know what I'm saying? Because it's automatically now. Let's get to the next thing. So I mean, it happened in real time on this panel.
my fault. I got a call. My bad.
Nah,
Someone tried to call me. I was saying, all we do is focus on the girls every
yeah,
single, all the
yeah,
time,
yeah.
every time. You know, like literally national news about Nancy Guthrie, the old lady guy. That guy. Well, I don't know what it is about that. I think that story doesn't seem right to me. I don't know if you've been following the Nancy Guthrie stuff.
Who was that?
Nancy Guthrie. That was
Yeah.
So Megan Kelly covered this back in her podcast. She's been covering it for weeks, but I don't think that's even. She's probably gone. That lady's probably dead now, if I'm being honest. Um, there one day Nancy Guthrie was on her porch or in her house or whatever, and her grandchildren couldn't find her the one day. They couldn't find her, you know, and she was on some type of medicine that she needed to be on every hour or every other hour, and there was no signs of forced entry or whatever. I mean, there was blood on the front porch or whatever, but the person there was a person who was wearing a mask. He covered the like camera, like the Ring camera or whatever, and no one's
Mm,
ever heard of her since.
mm,
And since then, it's been an ongoing issue where the family is offering like $1 million or whatever to find Nancy Guthrie, something crazy like that.
yeah.
But they're. I guarantee you, I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that, but I really don't think all that attention would be put on. It wouldn't be put on if it was an old man.
Mm,
I just don't think it would. I'm just gonna be honest. I don't
mm,
think natural. It might be talked about for like a day or two, but this was going on for like months,
yeah.
where people were questioning the validity of this story because people were starting to think that they planned it, it was staged or whatever. They just wanted money. They wanted. I don't know, but the thing is, they already had money in the family, so it
Mm,
didn't make any sense for me to believe that. But I don't know. It's like a whole thing, I guess. It's kind
mm.
of a weird story.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird story. Um, but yeah, me and my friends, we were talking about the privilege thing for like a whole 2 hours. Just going back and forth. Like I was like, wow, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about that. I was saying that pretty much for the next 2 hours because they were talking more than I was. I was just listening to what they were saying. You know,
Yeah.
um, and also I'll bring up another example. Right,
Mm,
dating.
mm,
Right, if let's say for example, right, let's say single dads weren't desirable
uh-huh.
by women,
Mm,
well, guess what? That would be the reality. Dads aren't desirable, and no one can, and there's nothing you can do about it because women are going to go for what they like. You know what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, it's an issue if a guy says, "I don't want to date a single mom," and they feel entitled to be with a guy, or they feel entitled to get a high quality guy, even though they have like two kids from a different guy or two different guys rather. Like there's like the sense of entitlement. You know what I'm saying? Like the entitlement factor is what women benefit from. They feel
mm,
entitled to certain things in life. You know what I'm saying? So
mm.
that part is also um, something to talk about.
Last week was a good example. Remember
Yeah,
who came on the show and talked about how you know she's used to saying she's used to dating a certain amount of guys or whatever who do
yeah,
whatever, whether we believe it or not. But this is what she said, and because that was her pattern, she felt like every guy from now on has to either be that or be over that, right?
yeah,
So for the fellas who have fallen for that, they themselves have given her that privilege.
yes,
So there's a lot of things that we give that it really kind of becomes not me and you fault, but fault of the men out there, and that
yeah,
gives them that sense of entitlement.
for sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I think she was being truthful. I didn't really, I did not detect her being like, you know, not genuine. She was telling the truth the whole time. I think, and for that particular episode, I don't
Hmm.
really know why people were focused on her because she pretty much like said everything she needed to say about that. She was being, it wasn't really confusing to follow. She was telling
Hmm.
us like, and I was saying that listen, like it's not, it is her
Hmm.
for sure, like half of it, but the other half is those guys. Those
Hmm.
guys that give her the ability to talk like that.
Yeah.
Like that, she wouldn't even be saying half of those things if men didn't give her any attention.
Hmm.
Like, no matter how pretty she is, I didn't see what she looked like. I don't know what she looked like. But if people did not give her nothing or give her anything, she would be humbled
Yeah.
and quick. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a thing that women also don't have, at least nowadays. Well, the ones that are like, on social media and have like, like a following. they're not really humble whenever they have all that stuff because they think that they're better than what they are.
Mm-hmm.
Even if like the woman that we're seeing have all these followers really isn't that attractive to begin with. She just has certain features or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
everyone's fawning at her and whatnot. It's like, if we're being totally honest though, if social media wasn't a thing, you'd be average. If we're being totally honest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of average people think they're above average.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem, man, you know? But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, like, men don't really have men definitely are prideful, but we're prideful for different reasons, right? It's not really about necessarily like the followers and whatnot. I mean, it can be, but women eat that stuff up more than guys do. Let's be honest. You know, women thrive on attention.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, that that's their currency. But you know, the thing that I pointed out is that when you have a group of people that will talk like that, then now what they'll do is they'll try to push that on other women,
yeah,
who are not experiencing that. So then now they say, "Oh well, since she got those standards, I'm gonna have those standards too."
yeah, exactly. They play the comparing game.
Yep. It's called they have something called comparative culture, and that is a phrase that has been coined in the last several years, and that is linked to social media.
Yeah,
So that's also the era of culture that we're living in right now, of comparative culture.
yeah, sure.
You know what will happen
Yep.
is a woman in somewhere in a small town will compare her life to a woman in Beverly Hills. Can't do that. It doesn't make sense. Is this Boketo Talks?
Yeah, yeah, this is Boquito Talks.
How
That's my
you
name.
how you doing? Welcome to the panel up here. You know, TikTok friendly language. Try not to curse, okay? Try your best.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
All right. The topic: who benefits more from social privilege, men or women? You have the floor.
I think it's kind of like easy to look at the other side of the fence and say the grass is greener. Of course, I would want to say women, but like there, we also have social privileges. I stand by the grass is always greener on the other side until you actually experience it. Like, for example, being a pretty woman comes with its privileges, but it also comes with its drawbacks.
Mm-hmm. You can go further and explain. Go ahead.
Mm. Yeah, like when I talk, I like a back and forth so I could actually like kind of stay on topic. But no, a woman, a pretty woman has the obvious privilege of being pretty. Being a pretty woman is awesome. You get into bars earlier, but you're also getting looked at by a bunch of people
Yeah.
that you really don't want to be around. And you have to make constant contact with people that you don't want to be around. And it will put you in more dangerous situations. A pretty woman is a target because she's valuable.
Okay.
And then you also have to deal with the fact that, you know, being a woman, you're just fundamentally weaker than a man.
Got you. Got you. So here's the thing, right? You mentioned pretty privilege, right?
Yeah, I hate that word privilege, but yeah,
Yeah.
go
I
ahead.
mean, but that's a phrase that we could use up here that people, will kind of recognize in
Yeah,
conversation. Pretty
people
privilege, right?
recognize it. I just have a
Yeah.
personal grudge against that word, but no, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm only using it because um
I got
oh,
you. I got you.
yeah,
You want to
yeah.
communicate effectively, and this is the lingo of the time. So
Yeah, yeah. This is just for the algorithm. So, a lot of women would even talk about that. And we all know that all women don't benefit from so-called pretty privilege, right?
Yeah.
So even as far as who benefits more, men or women, even amongst the women, it's not even equal.
Yeah, no, of course not. But even amongst the men, it's not equal.
Absolutely, because if you
Our privilege is based upon our status.
right, there's always going to be somebody who has more money than you, somebody who's taller than you, somebody who's more fit than you.
Absolutely.
Right. So you have that situation. A question was brought up earlier in terms of like if there's a particular crime that is done, the same crime, a man or a woman, who's going to get the less amount of years
Yeah, no,
served in prison.
yeah, no, women have that social privilege. They are looked at more often as victims. Absolutely, yes. In that sense, we men are held to a higher standard. But
Yeah.
and again, we are also taken seriously, no matter what culture we go to.
Yeah.
Gives and takes, gives and takes. But yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. There's absolutely a thing of pretty privilege, and there's also the thing of, that they're not. It's not all equal amongst the women, and there's also status. There are also status games, and here's another privilege that they would have that we don't. If there is ever a conflict, they don't have to sign up for a draft.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've never seen women campaign for that either. Like that's the they talk about equality, but that's definitely the equality they do not want to have right there. They do not want to be drafted and sign up for selective service.
Well,
Absolutely
they don't
not.
want the equality when it comes to the dirty work, and this is where like we live in a very gynocentric society, us in the West. So like men, they're expected to struggle, they're expected to go, to be trash talked and everything. While women in this society are pretty much coddled. I mean, they wouldn't be as far as they are today without the help of the system.
Mm, yeah. I would even say that there are women out there that if they get to a certain status, even they themselves will use the system to deter other women away from their position because of the competition there. They don't want another woman to they want to be like the only women there, if you know what I mean, right?
Well, that's an instinctual thing. Again, like women like to, like, all right, think about it like back in the caveman days. If you were a woman and you found the like biggest, baddest caveman who will protect you, you will make sure that he loves you more than any other of the other woman that he has, and you'll do your best to make sure that they and theirs get pushed out of you and yours.
Right.
It's a survival strategy.
Yeah.
We got it too. We also got our versions of it. Don't get it twisted. Like
Absolutely. Absolutely.
the thing that really sucks about like being a woman is the fact that you're eternally a victim.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about it is that this is referring to social privilege. So I would say socially, women are social creatures. So they're going to have more privileges than men are because men are not as social as women are.
Mm. I think where women are more social than men are, we are all social creatures.
No, what I'm
We,
saying is that like I'm talking about more so in the modern day era where like women are deaf or by far benefiting more from social media uh in literally every aspect that you can think of.
oh yeah,
The
no,
fact
our
that average
society is.
the fact that average women are able to market themselves and make money when before they were just average and they can like average women have the ability to pretty much like make it far in life without having to do much. I've seen plenty of average women that have so many followers, all this money, but like if social media wasn't a thing, they wouldn't really be where they're at. That's a privilege
I
that women
see what you're
have.
saying. I see what you're saying, but like again, yeah, I really do see what you're saying. Like mediocre, it's easier for a mediocre woman to get ahead in our modern society than a mediocre man. Correct?
Yes, yes.
And that's just because of like we live in it's really us as men's faults, but we really like put them in that
Oh, for
position.
sure, for sure. Yeah, men didn't enable. Like I was saying to what Fifth was saying before, right? Last week's episode, there was a girl that had like this high sense of entitlement. If men didn't give her that ammo, she would have no gun to use. Essentially, that's kind of how I see it. It's like men, we definitely like load up that gun for them to use, and then they use it.
Yeah,
You
well,
know what
like
I'm saying? So like that's
my
how
big
I see it.
example, is like we like to compare about thoughts and 304s, which
Yeah.
they are a detriment to society. But I'll be the first to admit sometimes when I'm feeling a little lonely and my girl ain't around, shit, I'm gonna be doing shit like that, and that's where we as men fail.
Yeah. That's I mean, yeah, I mean, men definitely play a part of it. Absolutely. But I was just saying that in terms of social media, what women are able to get out of it is far more than what a man can get out of it. Like for a man to like really make it on like Instagram or TikTok, he has to be talented.
Yeah, true.
Women
But
don't have to be talented at all.
will a woman reach the same heights than a man can on social media? So will she
Yeah.
be able to conquer the internet like Andrew Tate did 5 years ago? Do you
Uh,
understand what I'm saying? Do they actually
yeah.
reach the same heights and the same level of highs and lows? They don't hit the same lows that we do. We go further low, but we also go further high.
That's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point. I would say, nah, no, actually, yeah, you're right. They don't have the same highs as we do. They'd have to be like extraordinary to even like be compared to a man who's
I mean,
high.
let's think about like the biggest female social media influencers. The top ones that can come off the top of my head are the political right wing ones. Candace Owens, for example. That's the only
Hmm.
one. That's the only one that I could, or Megyn Kelly, shit like that, and that they're like deep in politics.
Yeah.
They're not really doing it because of their ability as a woman or anything like that. They actually they do have actual merit. However, what's the big? Who can you compare them to? Who can you compare them to? There are 1,000 male right wing pundits or left wing pundits that are at the same level of fame
Or higher. Yeah,
or
you're right.
higher
Yeah. No,
for
that's a fair
every.
point. Well, I was saying, I was talking to my friend about this a while ago. We were talking about it, Megan Kelly and Candace Owens. Megan Kelly and Candace Owens, they benefited from feminism. Even though they're not feminists themselves, the feminist movement pretty much allowed women to like have a platform, right?
Well,
And so if that wasn't really a thing, they really wouldn't be as big as they are if it didn't
yeah, but
exist.
again, where would be the cop if this criminal didn't exist? That's kind of like their whole stick is anti-feminist. It's kind of.
But they benefited from it at the same time. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, you know?
I don't think feminism benefited anybody. Actually,
Well, what
that
I mean,
was.
like, it gave women a platform to like, talk and pretty much like have like think about all the
I
women
don't
that
know,
we
man.
see on
I think the
camera.
people the fucking Silicon Valley guys are the ones that gave her the platform, and I wouldn't
But
thank feminism for that.
you gotta watch that word, my guy.
Oh, Silicon Valley?
No, no, the F word. You said yeah, the F word.
Oh
Yeah, yeah,
shit!
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
And
sorry, sorry.
that word too. Yeah, you can't say that word either. Yeah, because
Really?
TikTok is the yeah, they're how they are. They're just trying to censor every word that we can say. So yeah.
Yeah, it's killing language. I think it's a conspiracy to make Americans dumber.
No, no, yeah, yeah, it is. It is. Um,
Semtex
I hear what
Waffle.
you're saying. I just think that let's say feminism never happened. Let's just go ahead and like let's dream of it really quick in your head, right? And all of the women who have platforms right now, who are able to like make it, who have it made right now, they really wouldn't be as big as they are if feminism wasn't a thing. I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
saying feminism. I'm not saying feminism is a good thing. I'm not saying that, but I am saying that people benefited from it to a degree.
I kind of see where you're coming at because they fought for like the woman's lib and everything, but at the same time, you still had very influential thinkers that were women pre-feminism, and Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly are what we would call individual or influential thinkers. That used the media available at their time. There were many women that drove political discussions in their times. They didn't then at backroom events and things like that, but they were very instrumental. I don't credit that to feminism, but rather femininity in itself and women being able to collectivize and be able to talk and things like that.
I
Well,
hear that too.
let me kind of chime in because I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's anything special between those two ladies that y'all mentioned. And I'll tell you why. Because a man could just say what they're saying. Men have been saying what they've been saying. So
That's true too.
if any of those avenues and companies that pay them or whatever can say, "Oh no, it's all right. We're gonna go in another direction. You can go home." They could easily find a guy to say the very things that has been said before those two women came on the scene. So yeah, we can say feminism they definitely benefit from feminism to a degree, but I would also say men will use certain women to do their bidding because it's kind of easier to just let the woman say it as opposed to the man. Let's just say the scrutiny will be a little differently. So it's like, look, we'll get a woman up there because she looks like them, although she doesn't talk like them, but she looks like them, and we'll get her to say those things that we want to say.
We can't
But the
say it
most
Yeah, but
because
now you're
they
implying
won't.
that now you're implying that those two individuals have no agency in what they say or believe. While I do agree with the point, there are millions of other men who can say the same thing. What my point was actually that women can reach certain highs, but they will never reach the same highs as a man can, even in the same field. But Semtex wacht. Rustig, joh. Sorry about that. Um, Fucking got sidetracked. Sorry about that. So, anyways, the women, they can reach the Candace Owens and everything. They have agency in what they say. They really full heartedly believe it. It's not a top down thing, and to imply that it's only top down takes away agency from individuals. That's my
What
personal.
what
well, do
he's
you?
saying is
Well,
that Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly, they're immune to being canceled. Men are not immune to that. Men have been canceled for saying what they want to say, but women have not. It's
Yeah,
very seldom
men
you see
have
one
been
get canceled at
canceled,
all.
but your immunity to cancellation is not really dependent on your gender, but rather on your level of fame and your reaction to being
That's not
canceled.
true. Kevin Spacey got canceled because of what he did.
Yeah, but
Cardi
Kevin
B
Spacey,
literally, hold on, Kevin
Kevin
Spacey
Spacey
was
is
one of
a
the most prominent. No, hold on, listen. Kevin Spacey is one of the most prominent actors of all time. He got canceled for having consensual, whatever you want to call it, with a 17-year-old. 17-year-old allowed it. Cardi B literally got on camera and admitted that she used to drug men and use them. She literally admitted to crimes on camera.
yeah, but
You
you
can
could
literally
also
find
say
videos
Kevin
of it.
Spacey's white and Cardi B is also a minority, so they
No,
don't
no, no.
want to
What I'm
attack a
saying is
minority.
Cardi B. My point exactly. And Cardi B didn't get canceled. She's not in jail. I don't see her
But
in
at
jail.
to
She admitted
the
to
point of
crimes on
Kevin
camera.
Spacey, to the point of Kevin Spacey, he is a PDF file. Now, I'm not saying what it justifies what Cardi B said. I think there was a huge reaction in an effort to cancel her, but she's also part of the left wing cathedral, and the left wing cathedral protects their own no matter what.
well,
But so is Kevin, though.
sir. Can you say that also the right wing cathedral is able to do the same level of protection as well, or is
I
it
would
just
like to
one
say,
with a
I would
delivery?
like, hey, listen, I'll be real with you. I would like to say no, but we all know, yeah, there is a certain level. However, there is the media, just the media on general, the large scale media. It's slanted a political way, a certain political way, and it's not necessarily left wing. It's corporatism, but the corporatism is left wing. They want to put in certain agendas and things like that, just like the division between the sexes, right? So if you go against that message, then you are going to be canceled, or they will do their damn best to cancel you. Some people end up being
Yes, that's true.
uncancelable, like Andrew Tate, and it ends up having a Streisand effect. However, they have really railroaded hard across the world for individuals who speak against the larger narrative. diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Hmm.
So yeah, again, you being canceled or not is not really dependent on your gender itself, but rather your reaction and how you actually go about it. Some people made their
That's a fair point.
bones off of being canceled. They started with a small video, and they were legally attacked by one group or another, and they became huge because of it.
I think Fuentes, for example. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or I'm not sure if you're familiar with Count Dankula. He posted a video in Scotland as a joke of his pug doing um salutes, the Roman salutes, the type that I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Everyone
Yeah.
knows
Yeah.
those.
Yep.
Yeah, and he would start speaking German to the dog, and the dog would get happy. But it was a joke because his girlfriend was in love with the dog, and he wanted to make it as uncute as possible. Well, he
Right.
got arrested for it and charged for it as a hate crime. Made him famous massively around the world.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Um, Earlier when I was talking to Fifth about the privilege thing, I brought up the fact that I don't know if you would agree with this, but I brought up the fact that women have the ability to use their trauma as an excuse to defend their
Oh
bad
yeah, I hate
behavior.
that. I hate that so
Where
much.
where men don't really use their trauma as an excuse. Men suffer silently, I would say. And very seldom do men get help for it. That's why a lot of guys are unalive. Like they've ended themselves because of it. You know what I'm saying? So like women have the ability to use their trauma, how little or big it is, as an excuse for their bad behavior. So I would say like women also have that under their sleeve, which I think is also like not fair, but it is what it is. I don't know if you had any.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like we are all men and women are biologically different, and how we handle stress and trauma and pain are also different. Women, when they go through stress and trauma, they look for social support, and that's what they talk. They look for friends, and that's how they're able to go through. Men, when we go through stress and trauma, we tend to do it alone. Why? Because I don't know why, but there's probably a really good biological reason for that. But that's why we do it. It's rooted in our psychology, and this is found across all cultures.
I definitely hear what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is that there is kind of a line, right? Sometimes there are just some things where like, okay, now you're being a brat. Now you're literally just saying, oh, I have time. I can do this.
That is
Like they
true.
use
That
it
is
as a
true.
way to do what they want. That's what I'm trying to say.
That is true. That is true. But like that's something that does happen. It is something, and I don't say it's gender specific, but it is you're more common amongst women. They tend to use their past or their trauma as an excuse for their shitty behavior. It drives me up the wall. You
Especially
know,
in dating, they'll use it as a, oh, why are you judging me? I'm not judging you for your behavior, but your behavior does play a part in your character. So if I'm choosing a woman to the date and she has a past, I'm not going to judge her as say she's a bad person. I, think that she'll be okay. I hope she finds someone that loves her for who she is. She's changed, whatever. But I don't. She's not. Woman shouldn't be entitled to date me because she's a woman. I can say no and walk away. The same way women walk away for guys who are
well, I
short
think
or don't
women
have a lot of
complain
money
about
or
that shit
whatever.
all the time. I think the word
Exactly.
you just
Hey,
spoke,
hey,
that
Bokito,
sentence.
Bokito, you really gotta watch your language, otherwise my
Oh,
channel is gonna get. Yeah, you really gotta be
sorry.
careful,
I'm
bro.
sorry. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
mm, hold on. I'm walking my dog real quick, and sometimes he pulls me.
No, you're good. I was gonna
He's a
say,
very big boy.
women have this high sense of entitlement, no matter what it is. Like I was saying, listen, if, imagine we live in a world, right, where single dads are undesirable by women, right? If that was the case, that'd be it. That'd be the reality of it, and no one would bat an eye or complain about it. But single moms, there's a stigma on single moms, right? And whenever a guy finds out a woman has a kid, and all of a sudden he doesn't want to be with her. Now he's being judged for being too judgmental or call him a misogynist for not wanting to be with her. And it's like, well, no, I'm not being judgmental. It's just that that kid that you have isn't mine. I don't want to take care of it. It's not my. It's not my responsibility to take care of your kid because ultimately, if you're dating to be serious, the woman will say at first, "Oh, you don't gotta worry about him. Don't worry about it." But as you continue on for 3 months, 6 months, now she's gonna start looking at you for financial support. It always happens. So it might not happen in the beginning. You might have some fun for a couple of weeks. She won't ask you for any money or whatever, but give it a year, and she'll start looking at you as, okay, now you're the stepfather. And it's like, well, no, I'm not the stepfather. I don't want to be stepfather.
Well, to be fair, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. If you're involved with a woman and she has a kid and you're with her for more than a year, you're putting yourself in that role.
No, I totally
Just
agree with
either
that.
don't get involved or accept the fact that you're going to be a stepfather. It's one of their two.
No, yeah, I was just giving
Listen,
you
and I
the,
don't judge on single moms.
yeah, I was
I
just
know
giving you
you're
the
giving
example.
me
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
example, and I'm just yeah, and I was rebutting you. I understand exactly what you're saying, that there is a stigma around it, as there should be, because there's a lot of women that, are extremely irresponsible. There should be a stigma against men who are irresponsible. There should be a stigma against people who put human beings into this world and don't take care of them. There should be a stigma around that. Um, and yeah, I do believe that like feminism and this gender war shit, it actually is trying to erase every possible stigma, or actually erase every possible stigma for a woman, but not for a man.
Well, yeah, like the whole thing when you just said is that, men are held accountable by reality regardless. Whereas women don't necessarily have to be held for accountable. Like for a man, if you're a loser as
Not
a, well, hold
necessarily,
on.
bro.
If you're,
Bro,
if
if
you're,
you
if
if
you're,
you're a woman who sleeps around,
But Keto, hold on one second. Let him land. Go ahead. Go ahead.
if
if you're a woman,
Go ahead. Be honest.
oh,
if
sorry,
Be
sorry,
if
honest.
if
sorry.
you're a loser as a man, reality and society will tell you you're a loser because you sleep in your mom's basement and you're not generating any money. But a woman though, women can sleep around in her 20s, right? No one will ever bat an eye. She'll suffer for that reality later on in life, whereas men suffer for it more upfront. That will help him build his character later on. But women, when they suffer, they don't suffer their actions. Like they don't suffer from their actions until like they're in their 30s or 40s.
Yeah, but then when they do suffer from them, they suffer from them hard, and
Exactly.
they do come to reality. It's a hard wall. They do hit reality again. Men, we have the privilege that we can screw around in our early years while we still build. We still have to build, but we can still screw around in our early years and still have enough vitality to build in our 30s and 40s. Right?
Yeah.
A woman has a very short window of time, and we as a society are brainwashing them because that's what we do. There is an instinct that we all humans have of lust, and then we prey on that instinct and tell women, yeah, a career is more important. We prey on that selfish instinct, and then when the 30 comes around, they've wasted their most valuable years.
But what I'll say is this, right? Then when they're crying and stuff, all of a sudden we want to coddle them as if they didn't make their own choices. They made their own bed. Whereas if it was a man in his 50s or whatever and he didn't have anything going for himself, no one felt bad for him. But everyone wants to, give a tissue to the woman who's in 40. Hey, listen, you yourself. I feel like whatever actions that men and women do, it should be looked at the same way, not coddle one and not coddle the other. At this point, just treat the adult like the adult. She made the choices she made in her 20s and 30s. She had every agency to say yes or no to what she did, and she still did it. Now, I'm not saying that she deserves to go through that, but listen, actions have consequences. You did what you
Fair enough.
did.
Fair enough. I understand. I understand what you're saying. Can I ask you a question? Because I got a serious question.
Sure.
When a woman cries, she receives
Yeah.
sympathy, right? From the
Yes.
men
Yes.
around her, from the women around her. And even when I see it, even if I know they're crocodile tears, something in me, like it's instinctual, gives me
Yeah, it
empathy.
is. Yeah.
And then when a man cries, you feel disgust. And it's not something that's like socially ingrained in you, it's just like really deeply instinctual. Unless like
Yeah.
it's a man that you respect and he's crying for something serious, then you're like, oh shit, this
Right.
is really, really serious. But even then,
Yes.
so couldn't we say that we're actually biologically wired to value a woman's problems as more than a man's problems?
Um.
Hey, let me take that one, Beyonder.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say yeah because we definitely perceive women and children as weaker vessels. So instantly, we're gonna have that thing about when we see a woman crying, even if we don't know what the issue is. A lot of us men are definitely gonna stop in our tracks, as opposed to when we see a man cry. Now, but I would say when we see a man cry, because we're men too, we think, man, this guy must be at his wits' end if he's crying, because normally we don't see men cry, at least
Yeah,
not
that's true.
publicly.
It's either disgust or like we're like, yo, there's something really wrong.
You know what? I'm gonna say no, only because like there's 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 something about seeing someone suffer that makes me feel like they deserve to be heard out. And a lot of times I see men suffer. When my nephew, he was now, granted it's my nephew, so it's a little different. But if I saw any teenager boy or whatever like crying over a girl, I'm gonna feel bad for that guy because like listen, like I understand how hard it is to first of all get a girl nowadays. Now you broke up, men don't have that net of comfort. You know what I'm saying? So like when you like if you're a guy and you know that and you see another guy suffering, someone that you might not know as well, it's probably within your best interest to like at least like, hey, like what's going on, blah blah blah. Like I don't know. That's just how I think.
No,
I don't think it's discussed on my end. I think I would feel bad for anyone who's suffering.
yeah, I think we human beings are also social. We also want to find out what's wrong and things like that. But there is like to a certain level of disgust, especially if it's like a man who deserves it. Like a woman who deserves it, if she starts crying, you're still fucking. Or sorry, I said it again. But you're still like you're still gravitating to want to sympathize with her. If a
Not really,
man
no.
if a man who deserves it, they even done psychological studies on this. If a man who deserves it, we actually get pleasure when a man who deserves it starts suffering. They've done psychological studies,
Mm,
MRI, the pleasure sensors go off. And that's like the whole idea of justice. Like if somebody did something
yeah.
to a little kid and he starts crying because he has to sleep next to Big Bubba in the cell, we're all gonna laugh at him. Ah, you're crying, you deserve it, you wrong, and I'm trying to keep my language clean. I'm really sorry. It's really
Yeah,
hard for me.
yeah. Beyonder, his question, I don't think more so was for how you would feel. He means in most cases what men do.
No, yeah. And you know what? No, you're totally right about that. I agree with that. A lot of people do not care to the man's plight at all. You're right. And if they see it, they're not gonna. They're like, what the heck is going on with this guy? Why is he
Yeah,
crying? I totally
yeah,
get that. Yeah,
yeah,
for sure. I definitely, like, anecdotally for me, I definitely don't see it that way. Only because I have a certain like pe- people who suffer who don't deserve it. Like I'm gonna feel bad, right? And even if like they do deserve it, it's like, damn, that kind of sucks for them because, like, they didn't have to go through that, but they chose that path, and now they're going to be,
Yeah, that's
they're
if
going to be
like the
dead.
crime was kind of reasonable. If it's
Right.
an
Yeah, yeah,
unreasonable
exactly.
crime, you're gonna be like, yeah, you deserve it.
yeah,
Right. And my
If
whole
it's
thing
like
is,
he robbed a store and he only got in 15 years, you're like, God, that sucks for him. That's harsh, you know. But
yeah,
if he diddled a kid and he's getting 20 years, you're like, that's not enough. He needs
yeah,
more.
exactly.
yeah.
I
Good
was going to
point.
say this. I was going to say that, I told Fifth this earlier about there was a story about a college athlete who had his life pretty much ahead of him. He was going to, go to the NFL. He was set. He was good, right? But then a girl wanted to get with him. He said no. He declined her offer to have Smex. And she pretty much took that offense to that and lied on his name. It wasn't true. It was proven it wasn't true. And he lost everything, scholarship, everything. He didn't even get to go to the NFL. So he has to live with that for a long time. Whereas she didn't even go to jail for what she did. When I saw him crying, I'm like, that actually really sucks. 'Cause, like, that's like, bro, imagine working really hard to get to where you are in life to get hindered by a girl who lied in your name because you didn't want to be with her. That's kind of like messed up, you know? That's kind of how I feel about it. So like when he was crying, I was like, I totally get it. And I didn't see it as a, and the girl, what happened to her? She's living life, doing what she's doing. I don't know what she's doing, but she's not in jail. So,
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you something, man. Maybe for me personally, and maybe because so much of the New Yorker in me, but a lot of times when I see strangers crying, I'm on my business.
yeah.
I'm really not asking them, "Are you okay?" and none of that. It's not that I don't care. It's because they're strangers. I don't know, kind of don't know what I'm going up to. You feel me? But I mean, there is empathy there. I mean, there are situations where I probably was able to help and assist, but for the most part, I am someone who minds his business. But I will tell you this: we could even look at it from a homelessness standpoint, right?
Yeah.
How many who you think is likely to get more help on the same block, on the same corner, right? A homeless woman or a homeless man?
Homeless woman for sure.
Okay,
Homeless woman, 100% sure.
absolutely, right? Absolutely. Now, I'm not speaking like I'm having an issue with it. I'm just saying, what would you more likely see? Also, what would you more likely see on the street? You would see more homeless men than homeless women, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, more men reach lows than women even reach those lows. Like
Right,
highs
Yeah.
and lows, what we said earlier.
right. And when men are homeless and they're asking for help, they're seen as beggars. But are homeless women seen as beggars just as much as men are?
Nah, not
Okay,
really.
right. So obviously, we know that there would be more empathy for the homeless woman and more help and assistance for the homeless woman versus the homeless man, right? You see a homeless man, it's man, get a job, man, bum. But
Yeah,
Right.
it's
I've
true.
never seen
It's
a woman
true.
get treated like that.
I
Nah.
do it myself. I do it myself. I see these double standards, what you're talking about, in myself, and it's
Yeah,
instinctual.
yeah,
It's not even something that like I consciously think about. It's like this just happens.
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, that's a fair point. It's a fair point. I just, the whole thing with, women are equal to men now. Well, no, they're not, because if we're going to equalize everything, let's equalize everything and make it all the way the same across the board. And then we're going to see how they like the equality. Because if they want to equalize everything, we're going to equalize the goods and the bads too. You know, and I mean, like, whenever a woman's at her lowest and she's homeless, she's gonna get the same treatment as a guy would. You know, that's equality right there.
yeah,
But they don't really want that. They want their cake and eat it too. They want to have the benefits of uh, being a man. I.e., being masculine and whatnot. But then also, when it's time to be a lady, they want to do that too.
yeah. That's usually when it's time to pay for something.
You know,
It's all
everyone hits a soldier until the enemy's at the gate. You know what I'm
right.
saying? So like that's kind of how I see it. It's like, okay,
It's all
so
equal until it's time to pay for something.
yeah, exactly,
Now, when it's time to pay for something, it's well, you're the man. You're supposed to do it.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, everybody's equal until they hear a noise in the middle of the night.
Yeah,
Hey, where's that masculinity now? Where's the independence?
I
But to
would.
be fair, I would
Yeah,
rather it be like that. I don't want
No,
the
I would too.
equality.
I just hate
yeah,
the facade that comes with it of you
Hmm.
saying all this stuff. Like, if you're gonna be a lady, just say that and be that. Don't act like you're some masculine person who's competing with a guy. Like, just be you. You're not even being yourself. It's a facade. You're gonna act all tough and everything, but then when that guy's downstairs, you're gonna get your gun too. We're gonna go down together. No, you want me to go down there, which is
Well,
fine.
no,
I
actually,
would
I
rather.
would rather her get her gun as well. I mean, like, I do like backup shit.
I
I'm
meant like
sorry.
she can. I
no,
meant her going. I meant her go with me
yeah.
Yeah.
downstairs.
He means obviously your lady is gonna watch your six.
Right.
You would hope that. You would hope that in-house training that you have taught her. Maybe she already knows that before you meet her, more than marry her, right? That you taught her that I'm the front line. If I go down, it's you. You got to protect either yourself or the kids, you know. And so that is something that you would hope to happen in your household with your family.
You would
No,
hope.
you don't want her to be you don't want her to be your to be y'all both in the front together, and then now the kids are left
No,
by
no, no, no,
themselves.
no.
No, you
Of
don't
course
want
not.
that to
Of
happen. That's
course
the point
not.
that he's
Of course
making.
not. I
Let
know. I understand. I
right,
understand.
right.
The,
I was
the,
just
the,
being
the, the
pedantic.
way the way I see it is if I'm playing a basketball game, right, fourth quarter, 3 seconds on the line, right, I'm not passing her the ball. I need that last shot. You know what I mean? I need that last shot. And that's how I kind of look at it when it comes to someone breaking in the house. It's like,
Yeah,
listen,
but
when it comes down
that's
to it, you can't
ingrained
be
in
the one.
us.
You can't be the
Yeah,
one to take the last shot. I gotta be the one to take the last shot.
yeah, and then imagine if she takes the last shot, and then you have to look at her the next day in the dinner table with her smug face saying, "Oh, I got it. You didn't."
mm,
Exactly. You know,
I'm, I'm
when women are leaders, they're not good people. First of all,
well. Check this out. Stay right there. Remember last week, a woman came up here and told us how much money she makes. I don't know why, but she just did. Right?
200K. She said.
Yeah, she said she make about almost 300,000 a year. I don't know why she wanted to bring that up, but she did. Nobody asked about money, but she did, right? And then she said that if she were to get with a man who makes less money than her, his ego is the problem. But then in the same sentence, she said that she wouldn't get with a man who makes less money than her.
Hypocrisy.
Sounds
Yes.
like to me the ego is her.
Yes.
Well, yeah, no, again, this is that ingrained hypergamy. Women want somebody, and it's instinctual, and they don't want to admit it, but nobody wants to admit this. They want somebody that they perceive as better than them because they can only have sex with somebody that they respect. They cannot have sex with somebody that they don't respect in any which way, regardless. Now, even
Right.
when they have one night stands, they look for biological traits that they really like. They- It's not like they. It's not like men, which we just don't respect what we, do.
But the thing is, though, hypergamy is getting worse because back then, average women weren't expecting to get with the 2 chains, right? They knew their place, and now that back to what I was saying before about average women kind of like hitting above their average. It's like, okay, listen, yeah, you might have gotten specs from Drake or from a rapper or whatever, but it doesn't mean that you're entitled to that caliber of man to marry you. That's the point that I'm talking about. It's like, yes, hypergamy is definitely
Exactly.
real, but it's to the extreme to where like now they expect to have a millionaire bare minimum.
Hey guys,
That's
I
the
had a
problem.
wonderful conversation with y'all. This has actually been one of the best TikTok lives that I've been on in a while, and I really want to thank y'all. You
Much
guys have a wonderful
appreciation.
day.
Much appreciation,
Yes,
sir. You have
sir.
a good weekend.
You too. Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Uh,
Yeah, beyond the so I brought
he
that
brought
up.
he brought up fair points. Though I'm not gonna lie, there are fair
No,
points.
no, he did because I know we don't have the ladies up here, but there are things
We
that
should.
yeah, there are things definitely on our side that we do benefit from. I kind of wanted to get into that too because we're put on trial as well. You know what I mean? I'll never come up here
Yeah.
and say it's all them because I would say we definitely but like I said, it's not going to be equal amongst all of the men. Obviously, the in the dating world, the taller, more financial, more handsome guy is definitely going to get more of an advantage in that game, right? We're not even going to even pretend. But I would say that I think easily the men under that, I think we have a better job of knowing exactly where we are in the market versus women, right? Like if you're a guy,
Yeah.
and you know you're a 5, then you're gonna operate in the best ability of the 5 that you are. But
Right.
a woman who's a 5 doesn't think she's a 5.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
And worse than that is she'll have friends that will tell her she's not a 5. Her
Thank
friends
you.
will tell her she's a 10.
Well,
So literally, like
men will tell her.
women will, you know,
The men who want her will tell her she's a 10.
yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that really so okay. So let's talk about it, right?
yeah.
When do you think that started, right? Because back then, we can go back even to the early 2000s, right? Where pretty much everyone knew their place. Everyone knew whether or not they were attractive or not. So if they were a 5, you're a 5, you're a 7, you're a 7, you're a 10, and 10, whatever, right? And so I never really experienced or heard stories of women's ego really being boosted back then. Not really, right? If let's say, for example, there's a group of 5 women, and one of the 4 of them are 7s, and one of them like a 4, right? The ladies never. I don't remember the ladies making fun of that girl or whatever, but they never really gassed her up either. You know what I'm saying? Because guys weren't going for the 4; they were going for the 7s. So when do you think that started to where women were boosting each other's egos? Like
Mm.
what year? Because
Um,
that's literally it's definitely a newer thing. It's not a new thing, or sorry, it's not an old thing. It's not been going on forever.
I
This is
can name.
definitely more new.
I can name. I would say around the time when you had Oprah, Ricky Lake, and Jenny Jones all at the same time. I think that kind of helps because we got to a point where um, they were saying that men were, because I'm gonna keep it real. Men, we definitely had a foothold on who to shame for not looking good. So what happens is
Yeah,
women came up and was like, oh well, um, men shouldn't shame you, and then women got to the point where it was like, well, we shouldn't be shaming other women, right? At least not for their looks. Shame a woman for maybe stepping out on her husband or cheating on her man or whatever. Maybe don't shame them for that. But I mean, that kind of sways and goes back and forth too. Now that I said that, but I think in terms of the women empowerment and not shaming each other, I would say I think we got to that point when we had the Oprah, Jenny Jones, and Ricky Lake shows around that time. I can say
yes.
that because
Steve
of my
Harvey
age,
too as well.
but it could because I named them because of the fact that that's the '80s, that's '80s, '90s. You know, if it was before
Well,
that, it was before I was born. But I would say like I was born '87, so I would say when I saw it, it was in the '90s. I would say around that era in terms of you know uh, women telling each other who are like you said, a woman, you saw later on, don't fat shame, don't beauty shame. Like these are things that came from women, not men. You know?
right. I'd say Steve Harvey too. They have your panders too. Because I'm pretty sure once they saw the market change and whatnot, they were definitely pandering to women who definitely were not desirable at all. Because like they're pandering to women who aren't desirable to get money, like Steve Harvey. Like KJ was talking about that a little while ago. Remember that?
Yeah, on Monday.
Yeah. So like you have your panders that and like I said, like it's not all women's fault, right? It definitely is. There's many factors to it. It's like an onion. There's layers to it. It's not as simple as just saying, "Oh, woman this, woman that." No, no, no.
Yeah,
Men definitely play a part in woman, not taking like accountability and whatnot. Because the thing about it is that, like, in my opinion, in order for a woman to take accountability, right, that would require some form of masculine figure in her life, whether it be her father, uncle, or brother, who will always keep her humble, right?
yeah,
But if you don't have that, then you're not going to really be a modest and humble person in life, right? For me, I didn't have a dad growing up, but I was always humble in school. I got made fun of a lot for having a speech impediment. You know what I'm saying? So like I kind of had to learn to navigate through that and sort of just know like not to ever, act better than what I am. Only because I lived in a city in Connecticut where everyone got made fun of. So you had to either take it, you had to, first of all, learn to take it, first of all, right? And then you had to learn to dish it out back so that you wouldn't, so that it would lessen the damage on your feelings because you had to be funny to a degree to survive, at least from where I'm from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you didn't have any jokes, it really was your worst day at school, you know?
Hmm.
But generally speaking, like everyone knew who to make fun of and who not to make fun of. Because there were some kids that, weren't really like that. They were just like, there to go to school, they quiet. We're not really going to bother them. You know what I'm saying? But like, if you're talking like someone like me or like my friends, like we would make fun of each other all the time. So you had to have jokes. It had to be funny to even survive getting bullied, right?
Mm.
And I feel like even the girls that I grew up with were humble because they were constantly being made fun of too, you know? And
Yeah.
if they were cry, no one cared because if you're gonna talk, if you're gonna say anything, you're gonna get made fun of.
Right.
So if the ladies didn't want to get made fun of, they were quiet. They didn't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they, women aren't built like that anymore. I just remember the days, Fifth. Like it was bad. Like the jokes that we would say to each other, it was bad, man. It
Mm.
was bad. So, and also I grew up playing Call of Duty as well. So a lot of
Hmm.
things really don't affect my feelings that much, really. But, women don't have like that that feeling of humbleness anymore because they don't know what it is. Everyone's being coddled now. Everyone's being soft. Men too. The little boys are being conditioned to be soft.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's a bad thing. You know, it's a bad thing. Uh,
And beyond it, even I will admit myself that I have enabled and coddled and gave that privilege. You see what I'm saying? Even I have done that. I'll be
yeah,
honest with you in my personal life, without thinking.
yeah. I mean,
You know what I mean? When
I
I
mean,
go back in my life, and I go back to my older relationships and stuff like that, it was definitely times where you know I definitely coddled and gave you know grace where I probably shouldn't have, to women,
yeah,
because they were women.
yeah. And I would say this, the whole thing about women having more social privilege, like that might sound like, women have it better to a degree, but
Right.
in reality, like whenever men cater to women's plights without even considering their own, right? Like whenever men are willingly in their friend zone, right? Without, um, can you hear me, Fifth?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that whenever men cater to women's plights without having any form of respect for themselves, at that point everyone loses to a degree. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not just like there are benefits that we all have. Life is good for some, bad for others. It's an effect that we all go through, I guess.
Yeah. Well, we got somebody new on the panel. Barilla, are you there?
Yeah. Hi. So,
Oh, what? Before you talk, I just want to give the TikTok rules, okay?
mm,
Just try your best not to curse. No cursing up here, okay? TikTok friendly language, all right?
okay.
TikTok friendly language, okay? All right. The topic: who benefits more from social privilege, men or women? Go ahead.
So, I think I think collectively, like they both benefit a lot, and they both lose a lot as well. Like it's as damaging as it is like beneficial in like some cases, because like it literally it is. metamorphosize like what like the value of like a man or a woman is, when that's really not the case. Because like if people really listen to like what the men's and like the women's are complaining about, like when it comes to like the opposite sex, we're complaining about the same things, and the only ones upholding it is like us. But like I think that like because we're so there are people who can fall for the trap, I guess. Like, so because there's always going to be a market for like these kind of people, it's kind of hard to like collectively be like, you know what, this isn't serving us as a whole and we should stop. And like folks are still just moving, I guess, quote unquote, fluidly within poop. Not, I mean, like poop. Like, you know, like they're actively contributing to the very thing of which they don't like. So the privilege is relative only if they're acknowledging that they have the power to influence it, I guess. I'll end it there, but because I'll like ramble, but does that make any sense?
So you're saying the people who complain can also be the perpetuators of said privilege.
Yes.
And beyond that, I think that also is fair too.
Yeah, because
Yeah, me
like
and
men,
Barracuda were talking about that earlier. So yeah, we
Yeah.
kind of already acknowledged that to a degree.
Yeah.
but the
Yeah.
thing is, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Beryl. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, because I want to ask, because like what I say, like when it comes to like these conversations, typically I don't like to get into the live because it seems like people just want to be angry at each other. But like I, instead of like differentiate like between like man or woman, I see like unhealed and like healed behavior, right? Because like you can have like a good man, but then like an unhealed woman, and like it doesn't work, and then like vice versa, right? So like it really, at some point, we need to, yes, acknowledge the problem, but I think we need to see solutions. So I suppose I pose the question to the panel. Like, what would you think, like, how could we fix this? Because obviously it exists, but it doesn't have
Well,
to.
it's not really a way to fix it, only because I don't think that a lot of average men contribute to what we're talking about. I think that a lot of guys who, you know, like I would say this. I would say that few ruin it for the many, right? In terms of dating and whatnot, there are a lot of guys who have money who give women the time of day, who will have sex with them, but will not marry them, and then kind of like create an ego in their heads as if they deserve a man of that caliber. Kind of ruin it for everyone else.
I mean, but that's the thing though, like that's unhealed behavior because like typically guys, like how you're saying, like we see the red flags, right? Like you see the red flags. Like choosing to move forward with that is a personal character flaw. So it's not so much like, you know, it's not gender specific because I think anyone could like have that same like revelation. But there are people like myself, like I can see myself because like I can only speak for myself, like, you know, but I don't care like if you don't have anything. Like I don't like there's like someone like we have like I guess a I don't know, like you're doing something. Like you're doing something. But like I don't really want to be in a relationship because like it passed up, but like he doesn't like have much and it's like whatever, like I make my own money and stuff, so it's like I don't need money from you. It seems like since I moved out to Atlanta, like when guys would try and like flirt or whatever, if they don't have money to give, like if they're not able to flash stuff, they don't have nothing left in the bag. Because like I'm not impressed by money because I make my own and like everything, and I'm very simple. Like I don't like things. Like I like memories and shit. So it's like if you can't buy me stuff, like they feel like they got nothing left, and like then like I'm the problem. So like when I say unhealed, it's like in like being like your own creation. Sometimes like the very thing of which like we're holding like the standard to is because like the men's are the ones creating that narrative.
So let me ask you
Like
this.
okay.
Let me ask you this. So you said that you're not impressed by money, and I respect that. You know, a lot of women, you know, definitely require a man to make something, you know, a certain amount that they find attractive to some degree. You're not impressed by the whole flashy. That's fine. But I guess my question to you is, how long are you willing to put up with a guy who isn't really uh, stepping up financially? How long would you be willing to deal with that? Because I feel like women who say that, they'll be able to deal with it for a certain time, but after some point, they're gonna want that guy to show some kind of ambition to a future that he can provide that woman, even though she can do it herself, I guess. So I kind of
Well,
want to know, like, what your answer to that is. Like, how long you'd be willing to put up with a guy who isn't as financially inept as you are, I guess.
that, that really depends. Like that's not like a that's a person to person thing, right? Because like happiness and peace to me doesn't look like a big house, like whatever. I want to get land, but I can save up for land. Like I have a plan or whatever. For me, like what would be important is like, are you someone that I can grow through shit with? Like if like we're going through something, like if there's something
Barilla, try to
wrong.
watch the S word,
Oh, I'm
okay?
sorry. I'm
That's all right.
sorry.
Keep going. Go ahead.
But like if you're someone that like we can go through bad times together and like figure it out, then I can mess with that. Like wherever you are in life, like it doesn't matter because like when I grow, we grow. When like you grow, like I'm not gonna leave nobody behind. But like I need to know that like you're worth like because I can do it by myself, right? So it's like if you're worth like if you're not stealing from my peace, right? Like don't steal from my peace. Like leave it alone. Like if you're not adding to it, like there's conditions, but it's like I can meet anyone where they're at if we're like spiritually like walking and stuff because like if we're both forces and like we're a bigger force together, wherever we want to be, we'll get there. I just need to make sure that you can like handle that shit like with me because I'm gonna be able to do it. I need you to be able to do it too.
Right.
Great
I
topic.
bet.
Great topic. Can I answer it?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
So
man and Minnie, hold on. You know, you've been up here before. Hold on 1 second. I gotta ask Barilla a quick question, and then man and Minnie, I'm gonna let you talk, okay? So Barilla, real quick. I've had many women come on this panel. I've been doing this since January. I've had many women come on this, come up here and talk about the money thing and the very thing that you said. I'm not attacking you, okay? But I always ask women this question when they say that, when they talk about the money doesn't impress them. My question to you is, what is your salary income requirement for a man of your choosing, if that's the case?
There's no requirement. Like it's not even like the person that I'm talking to now and like we vibe real well, he makes significantly less than me. Like he like does part time and stuff. Like he doesn't make much at all. But he's a good person. We have good conversation and like I'm ADHD, so like if I can't have a conversation with you, I can't fuck with you. Either way, I don't care how much money you have. Like that means nothing.
What's that word?
The F word, Barilla.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, I can't mess with you. Like, I need to be able to like have conversation. I need someone who's okay with me. Like, I care about people. I will buy like homeless people food. Like, I'm a giver. Like, I need someone who gets it. Like, sometimes I ramble and like, I need someone who lets me be me, and he does that. He doesn't make a lot, but he gives me a lot. Like, he gives me quite a bit more than I think he even like realizes. But I appreciate his existence and his money be damn. Like, I don't need money. I need time and memories. Like, and he can give that to me. Like, I'm good. Hi, Pete.
Oh, okay. All right, let me get
Yeah.
the man and Minnie. We'll come back to that. Man and Minnie, how you doing?
bro, all right, where you been at, bro? I remember that one time I had an amazing time on your panel, and I ain't seen you since.
He's been live every
Well,
week, man. He's live every week.
yeah, I come up here every Thursday. That time you came on, I was
Yeah.
doing a marathon stream on that Sunday. But
Oh,
yeah, I'm up
okay.
here. My usual days is every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern time, 12
Lock you
Central.
in. Put
It's
you on
all
my
good.
calendar. Set my
Yeah,
reminder every Thursday.
yeah, every Thursday afternoon. Yeah. So the
All right,
topic,
so
man, who
to go
benefits
into
more
the
from social privilege, men or women?
I'm gonna answer that. I just wanted to double up what you was just talking about the money thing.
Yeah.
What I learned about money and women, and when you really learn women, I've been dealing with women a long time. So the more you deal with women, the more the caveat unfolds itself. And with money, women don't really care about money as much as we think. They just care about the idea of it. Have you ever had a lot of money, and a woman choose you, and she ain't ask you to buy nothing? Like that's how silly women are. Like, and it's not really silly. It's not really silly when you think about it, because everything about them stems from the desire for safety. They're a weaker vessel, so it's built into their biology. The
Mr.
weaker,
Man,
real quick, let me
Wait,
just
hold on. You gotta let him land, okay? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
everything about a woman stems from her desire for safety. It's like the small dog complex. The small dog complex, they know that they're the weaker vessel. They know that everything can defeat them, but they're never going to let you know that, and they're never going to show it. But internally, they know it, and everybody around them knows it. So everything about them stems from that. So the money thing, they don't really care. It's kind of like I want to be with the guy that has the pew pew because I know I'm gonna be safe. I don't need you to shoot to let it go. I don't need you to let it. I don't care if you ever let it go. Just to know you got it, I feel good with you. Now to answer the prompt, who benefits more from social privilege? Men do. Just social privilege from the standpoint that I'm thinking about. Is just basically like being good with people, creating good relationships and everything. Men benefit from that entirely more. If you're the cool guy, everybody wants to be around you, men and women. You know what I'm saying? So many doors open for you when you have social privilege as a man. Now, granted, women, it takes a woman to move a nation. I'm a firm believer of that. It takes a woman to create and move a nation. But at the end of the day, as far as more privilege, I feel like the man has it. I land.
Go. Let me get the is it snabies? How do I say that? Snobbies?
What doesn't matter. Now, who benefits more from social privilege, man or woman? I think it's 50-50, but in a different way. A woman benefit more because of social acceptance. Like, for instance, it's harder for immigrants or a black man to be hired at certain jobs than for woman, because a woman inherently look more trustful. So in some ways, it's harder for men to climb up the social tree or come across as a trustful. And for men, why it's a privilege? Yeah, just walk in the streets at 1 p.m. or yeah. For me, it's 50-50.
You say 50-50 though.
Because it's in other ways. We benefit more in other ways, like financially.
So yeah, I think you're talking. So if you take out that aspect that you were saying, which I think is a great point, the
Yeah.
acceptance part, take that out and leave it
Yeah.
straight on social.
It's more socially accepted for men to cheat. More
No,
socially
well, this says
accepted.
social privilege. It says nothing about.
I
I
get what
said,
she's saying though.
I said, leave the acceptance part out and focus on the social privilege.
But-
That's what I did. That's
Yeah.
social privilege. We socially accept more for men in that angle
You
than
keep
from
saying
women.
accept. I said, leave the acceptance part out.
Well, man, hold on.
What?
Hold on 1 second. Beyonda, you there? Okay, this is
Yes,
this is
yes,
yeah,
I'm here, yes.
this is Beyonda's topic. So I could actually have Beyonda actually give more clarity to social privilege, because that'll help people's answers. Go ahead, Beyonda. You can kind of give your synopsis, because everybody wasn't up here in the beginning. So kind of
Yeah.
give what your stance on social privileges, because that'll better help the ladies answer the question. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Right.
so
And she keeps saying
so
acceptance.
so privilege, if you look at the definition of it, it's unearned benefits or rights granted to individuals based on, where they are in society. That's what privilege is.
Exactly.
But
It has nothing to do.
it's
Has nothing to
accepting
do
that
with
from the man,
acceptance.
not a privilege. It's not a
No,
privilege to have two side hoes and not be called a hoe and a woman. Is that not privilege?
I
Social
mean
privilege?
that's not a privilege.
It is a privilege because your value is less as a woman when you
That's
do it, but like
pity.
when you're a man, your value is higher.
It is a privilege,
That's not
though.
true though.
It's not true at all.
It is.
And
It
like
is
the man,
factual privilege.
Well,
we're
privilege
not
is
even talking about that. Even if we weren't talking about that, right? Like, let's say like this, like, yes, like there are men who get like the privilege of being paid more, right? But then there are also women who get the privilege of taking, no offense, and not to like be this person, like taking advantage of, like, there's always a market of women who can make money by using their, that is a privilege. It's not a great one, but like there's a privilege of that. Like there's a privilege of like men being able to actually speak
so
without
now you're moving the
being like,
goalposts because it says social
no,
privilege.
no, but these are like social things because these are social environments. Like when like there's men, like men can talk about their ideas and be heard, but when women do it, like it doesn't fall in the same ear. So that is a privilege of men. But at the same time, like women can like, well, hell, when it comes to like, well, shit, we don't really have that much. We don't have that much privilege.
Thank you.
When I'm at
So all you gotta do
a
is sit
cafe,
back and look at some things, and it'll unfold itself to you.
when I sit in a bar or restaurant and across of me is a white lady and I'm there, isn't it a privilege for her to can argue with the owner when something is not right? And for me, I'm called aggressive. Then
Are
it's
you
for her
down?
a privilege to speak out, and for me it isn't. Maybe it's a language barrier, but where I come from, that's called a privilege, social privilege.
It is a
It's
privilege.
socially accepted from her, and therefore a privilege for her to speak out
Love
loud,
that
and I cannot do
acceptance
that.
word. You love that acceptance word.
Well, no,
I'll
but
give you.
it's
Hold on. Wait. Stop. I'll give you an
Hey,
example of
hey, make sure you
social
get the J
privilege.
Dub next, okay? Because she just
Yeah,
popped
I
up.
will.
I gotta go on
I'll
mute
give
for a
you.
second.
I'll give you a clear example of social privilege. Okay, an example of it, and also privileging also includes race. Also includes race as well, right? So, like for a black man, right, or a white man have the ability to walk through public without being profiled by law enforcement. That is a privilege that they have over, say, a black man. That is an example of that as well. I just want to give that example so that y'all can like kind of like visualize what I'm talking about. But before we do
Exactly.
that, I'm
That's
gonna get
not
to
the fact that white man is not being scrutinized because of his race. That's not an acceptance. That's a gift. It's a privilege for being
it's an unearned thing. It's unearned.
exactly. That's not an
Unearned.
acceptance. Is pity. That's pity. Like, oh, we're gonna accept the fact that you're a woman and you're. I mean, just give her a chance. That's pity. That's acceptance. That's not a privilege.
I think
Privilege.
those have two different definitions.
Privilege is more esteemed. There's more unearned esteem involved. You mean? You know what I mean? That's accepting. I don't want to be acceptant. I
I
rather
looked it
you.
up. It's a fact. It's factual that it's a social privilege to be walking outside as a
We
man
said that,
and
love.
can do that.
We
And
said that.
okay, because you said to me that's acceptance. That's not a
What?
social privilege.
You the one that's been saying acceptance. I said it's not
No,
acceptance.
she read the
It's
definition
Well,
of acceptance.
yeah, we're gonna move on. We're gonna have J
I
Dub
keep
answer
on
the
trying to say
question.
I said it.
Let J Dub answer the
She been
question.
saying
We're gonna move
acceptance
on.
every 5 seconds. I didn't
No,
say it.
I get that, but we're gonna move on to J
Really,
Dub. You can
bro.
go ahead
Go
and
ahead, do your thing.
talk, J Dub. It's fine.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing all right.
I think it's definitely not 50-50. I think it's more on the men's side who get more privileges. And I believe that women, their privileges they get is kind of based on their
Duality.
they're less like it's based on not a good narrative. I don't know. So like men are higher earners. They're mostly the CEOs, they're all in politics and they totally dominate in those fields. Women don't get enough, like as much money at all, even doing the same job, the same hours, all that. They don't get the same amount of money. They also can walk outside at nighttime and not be scared. Women can't do that. That's a privilege for men. So their strength and their protection even for themselves. Also like the family dynamic, how men are seen as the top, above the leader. That's a privilege. It's a social construct that men made up, patriarchy, and it's definitely a privilege to them. I think women, their privileges being more lenient. I would say, like she was saying, like legal stuff, because they are only women. You know, they're seen as less than. They're seen as they can make mistakes. They're wonderful. They're soft. They're this or that.
I feel like that's right.
What I mean, we live longer, supposedly women do, so that's a privilege. But I can't really think of anything else. And like maybe how someone was saying about how women, or maybe they weren't saying this, but women, you know, get tipped more and stuff in the waitress industry, but it's based off like you said, schmexuality. So I don't think everything that women have benefits, it's not really benefits. It seems like it's just given to us as like little sprinkles. Here you go. Men
I think
definitely have a lot
So
more.
like,
they do have more.
let me put it like this though. We talked about this last time. So you said that men created. So that was created by heterosexual men, by the way, men that love women. So it's not like
If they
they.
love women,
Hold
why
on,
would they want to
relax. Hold on, hold
control?
on, hold on. Because we're not about to make this a man woman thing. But at the end of the day, because heterosexual men love women, so at that time when this was created, you would be beheaded if you were LGB. So let's be real. This was
Whoa.
this was. Hold on, be
Where's
just
that
chill,
proof?
just chill. Like this was created by heterosexual men that were man's man, hence my name. Like this wasn't created by men that favored men. This was created by men that favored women. But when you go back to biology, it's not a matter of I want more because I'm better or you're weaker. It's biologically sound to do.
What is?
The order that is established, like she
How
said
is
in the box.
how?
Relax, I got you. Like it says right there, we could do it easily. It's not a matter of what you can do. I'm sure you can build a house, but is it beneficial for you to do so?
That's not
You
what
see
I
what I'm saying?
said. No,
It
No, I
says,
don't get what
here's
you're
where I
saying.
disagree with you
all right.
greatly.
Well, go
This is
ahead
where I
and
disagree.
let your emotions run. Go ahead. I'll mute.
Well, no, it's not that. Like you're saying like, oh, like men this and men this. I'm not saying that like women are better. I'm not saying that men are better. I'm saying that like we argue about things that we shouldn't argue about because collectively, like a good man and a good woman together is a force, right? We're having conversations about like, oh, well, what men or whatever should do. Everyone plays their part. They're like, I want there to be every kind of person, black, white, whatever. Be every kind of person and then find your person. But like I feel like people are upset and they're over here complaining because like I don't know, you're trying to fit into a space or like a spot that's not meant for you. Stop being angry. Like it's not gender specific in the sense where it's like if we all thought about like what we actually wanted to do, what we actually wanted out of like relationships and what we actually wanted out of like life when it comes to like you having kids and like nephews and like stuff like that, move like that. We're over here attacking like the results of something that happens when we can like look at why it's happening. And I think we're putting our energy in the wrong places.
That was beautifully said. But the fact is, like I was trying to say, nothing is stemmed out of like um a personal choice. These things are very thought after and
Can I
by.
ask you
All
when
right,
you
go
think
ahead. Go ahead.
patriarchy? Because I wanted to ask the question before.
You can't even
You're
let me
talking
finish.
about when
Go
this
ahead.
all started. When did it start? Can you
Google's
tell
your
me?
best friend, love.
What?
What's
Google is your best friend.
No, you're the one talking about it. So in a debate or in a
Well,
topics
I
like
don't
this,
have the. I'm not debating. That's the problem. That's what women always want to
this
do.
whole
Battle.
prompt is a
Stop
debate.
doing that.
No, it's not. This is a conversation.
Stop saying women though. Like it's not.
I
women.
mean, but women always try to challenge someone they know they
Do you
can't
see
beat.
men never do that though?
Because I
So,
don't
all right, I'm gonna
personally.
mute and let you
Okay,
ladies
my
let it out.
bad. My bad.
Hey, hold on 1 second. I left the phone to do something and came back. What happened? While J-Dub, you able to tell me what happened while I was gone? Because I read the comments. Snabies, what happened? What happened?
No, I'll tell you what happened. She was
Yeah.
being kind
No,
of
we're
rude.
friends. We're friends. We're
We're
friends.
friends?
No
Okay, is that what it
problem.
is?
No
Okay. Yeah, okay.
problem. You
Yeah,
know.
Okay.
that's what they do. You see what I'm saying? And it's funny now, but that's
Whoa.
really the mentality of women. And
Oh my
They still do
you see
god.
what
What
I'm
are
saying? Look,
you
Okay,
For
on?
real.
hold on. Before everybody, because I didn't get my answer. What
he was trying to
happened?
answer you, but they start cutting them off.
Is that what happened?
He
No.
asking me a question. Look, there was
No.
yeah,
See,
there
you
was
just
no
cut
wait.
her off.
There was a question to me from that's acceptance, that's not social
No,
privilege,
not
and then
that
I
part.
looked
Not
it
that
up
part.
and I was
Not,
right, and then
no,
I
not
made a
that part.
comment.
Not that part. He
Okay,
talk.
we're gonna
He
stop.
said that they were cutting people off.
We're gonna stop talking while I'm talking. I was answering the question. What happened was, Fifth, is we were having a discussion about privilege, and
Yeah.
Snabies was giving her 2 cents on the whole walking out, like women walking out.
Well, no, he not talking about that
And the
part. He talking about when
well,
he.
hold
He
on,
talking about when he left
hold
the
on.
room.
Well,
No, I'm talking about.
man.
I'm talking about in the. Hold
I
on.
need to talk to my moderator real quick.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
go
I'm talking
ahead.
about in the comment section, and
Yeah.
so we were having a discourse in the comment section, and she was being kind of like, we were talking about like how women don't have the privilege to walk out at 1 p.m. And so I thought that that wasn't really a privilege to walk out at 1 p.m. because men are victims of violent crime. And she's being kind of snaggy. I admitted to her. I said, "Listen, I'm wrong, but don't be rude. I'll kick you out." And she said, "Kick me out. I don't care." So I
You talking
dropped
about
her.
the comments? I'm sorry.
Like, if you want to be like that, you can just go. I'm not your friend. I don't know you. So, and
Okay,
this is your
that's
first time being on
exactly
here
what I
too.
said.
So,
It's not a big
So,
deal.
see, the problem is, and it's not really a problem. It's obvious truth that a lot of times in the practice and the trial have proven such beyond theory that women behave this way in times of turmoil. That's why decisions and order has been established the way it has been.
I thought it was
Because,
established because
all
men
right,
love women so
all right.
much.
See,
Well,
thank you
let
for
me. Let
thank
me.
you for validating that point.
Let me
You're
say this
welcome.
real quick. As the person who this is his channel. All right, everybody up here is gonna respect everybody. Okay, let's just establish that first. We're adults up here. We can have the conversation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know how people are in their real life, but come on, you know what I'm saying?
I
So,
was,
that's all I'm saying. I think we can all do
and
that.
let me say this,
I
But
was
Fifth.
away from the phone, man. You keep. I was away from the phone, so I just wanted to talk to my mod and see what was going on because I had to leave the phone for a second. That's all. But I just want to establish that everybody up here, we can all have a conversation. There's an audience, whether they're up here now, whether they're going to listen to the playback on my YouTube channel. I want to be able to hear everything. The audience gets cheated when they can't hear the conversation, over talking. You know what I mean? Let's get some order here. So back to the conversation. Now that I know that that's established, back to the conversation of social privilege. So the thing is this: Beyonda and I were talking early up here, and when it was just me and him up here and another guy, and we were talking about the things that men and women would benefit from. And I was saying that on the men's side, even within the men's side, that there are things that are not even equal. I said that there's men who in the dating game, right? The taller, there's always a man that's probably going to be taller than you, have more money than you, have more, be more fit than you. Obviously, he's going to get a better privilege than a man of average height and average money. So even that in itself is a conversation, you know, and whether that has been perpetuated by men and women or just men. So even that is something that could be addressed. And then also, a guy mentioned earlier about women in pretty privilege, right? So-called pretty privilege. So this doesn't work for all women. You know, there are women who are more fit, more appealing in the face, body, you know, that they may benefit from than other women. And I would say even other women will use that against each other. You know, so you have that situation amongst the men and women. Anybody want to speak to that?
Yeah, because really, men are the ones who create the beauty standard. They're in charge of all Hollywood. They're in charge of all the magazines. They're the CEOs. They're the ones who put this out there. Yes, women contribute because we fall for it and we, do the things that we're supposed to do to be quote unquote beautiful. But men are the ones who created that whole thing. So it's kind of like that's why I was saying before, like all the women's like privileges are based off of not good things. It's like less. It's like I said, you guys are giving us sprinkles and calling them privileges.
Right. And like that's the thing because like men that's what men don't understand. Like the very thing of which men complain about, like, oh, women this, women that. Like men are the ones saying like, oh, you ain't nothing unless you have money. You ain't nothing unless you have like this many cars. You ain't nothing. Like that's men telling men that. And because men are telling men that, women are hearing that too. Well, I'm gonna say girls. Girls are hearing that too. And then like, they're like, oh, well then that's what I need. But then what I put in the comments, as I was younger, my mom was like telling me you need to get a man to take care of you. Y'all have to realize that there is a generational thing that's been passed down, and like thankfully I didn't listen, thank God. But like yeah, like there are plenty of like mothers and grandmothers and like great grandmothers who had to like get married young, and like they were in the mindset where like they can't do anything without a man. So it's like that's a privilege in and of itself because like we're literally conditioned very young. Not everybody, but like some of us have been like taught that very young, and like that's a privilege to where like the men get of us being so fudging, so fudging, not smart. So you have to realize like men starting from birth, they get like the promotion of like you have to be the best, like they get all the skills and stuff, and like women are basically not all of them, but we're conditioned to be subservient. So like the privilege starts even before we're older.
Hey, Fifth, can I say something real quick, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say this, and I got a roll, bro. I think a lot of this stuff is quite obvious, and it's kind of counterintuitive to sit here and go back and forth with it because it's already so obvious. It's so evident. You know what I'm saying? Like, men get the privilege of the obvious things that you mentioned. A man walks in a room and he has the better relational value in that room. Period. That. Come on, man. Just relax, bro. That's why after this I'm gone, bro. But listen, it's obvious that a man has a more relational value in a room, whether it's men or women in the room. That's just a fact. That has nothing to do with nothing else. Like the same thing, women have a privilege. I mean, nobody's mentioned the fact that a woman can bear a child. That's
What's
a
that a
price. That's
privilege?
oh my. All right, you guys have a good one. Peace and love.
I wish he was open more to like, because I hear what he was saying, and like I get that he thinks that way, but I really wanted to break that shit down because like that's not a privilege. Like having like kids, they what like they literally are weaponizing it like at this point, and like it's not like I don't have kids for a reason. Like my mom, my sister, like my auntie, like everyone told me enough. That doesn't sound like a pleasant experience. That sounds awful. They're like, oh, that's great. No. And then if I were to carry something and create a life for that long, and if someone messed with my child, I am not a safe individual to like love something that much. It's just not wise.
And Fifth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was really trying to figure out.
The whole time he
where-
interrupted me. So I was like, when I was doing my thing, I
Exactly.
was trying to ask him questions. He would not answer any of them. So he paused. So I asked how. That's not something to drop for at all. He could have just said because of this or because of this. Like, that's not a
Yeah.
privilege at all. And
Well,
Because
that's
you weren't
not
asking
very
his
good.
questions.
well,
Like you were, I wanted you guys to go one by one because like he was like asking stuff, and I feel like you would have been like answering them in a way that maybe he could have understood if he just stopped trying to talk over you, which I'm also very guilty of. So I apologize.
right,
Like,
right. Because here's what happened. There was a lot of untimely. So J Dub, I think this is where I'm going with this. Untimely interjections for some people is over talking. because if they're trying to build, people think and gather their thoughts differently from other people. So if he was trying to make a point, and if an untimely interjection came in, that might have messed up where he was trying to finish his point. If you get what I'm saying,
Yeah, and
and
I apologize.
it could peak and happen at certain times during somebody's
Yeah. And I apologize to you,
explanation.
man of many.
You know what I'm saying? So
I apologize because I am honestly like I'm guilty. Like I ain't gonna lie, I partook in like the devil's lettuce and like my mind just works really quickly. And like he was like talking, but he wasn't talking. Like I really wanted to understand what he was saying, but it was really frustrating. But like that's the me thing, so I do apologize.
well, I did want man to finish his point, and and man, if you're in the comments, man, I'm getting ready for work, so there's times I have to leave the phone. So this is why I have Beyonda up here, but Beyonda had to go. But he'll be back. But this is Beyonda's topic. So I do keep a order on the panel, but then I also have this for people, and this is I may win some people, I may lose some people on this going forward, and that is we have to do a better job of landing our plane and points so that other people can get in and speak, because we can't have someone filibuster in a conversation so long that they just go on and on and on and on a diatribe before someone finishes. Even me as a host, I do my best not to even do that on my own panel. So
And he was interrupting the whole time. I don't know.
yeah,
I feel
but
like he.
to me, it sounds like everybody was interrupting. This is why when I came back to the phone, I said, Beyonda, what happened? Because I left the phone, and when I came back to the phone, I saw in the comment section Snabies and Beyonda going at it. So that's why I'm like, well, whoa, what happened? You know what I'm saying? So, this is what I think it is. I think this is TikTok. I get it. There are conversations that can get tense, and there's subjects that are triggering. But on my panel, we talk about everything. But the thing is that we could talk about it, but just let's just respect each other's time, respect each other as people. We don't have to attack people. I hate panels where people are screaming so much at each other that nobody can hear nothing. Everybody's talking at the same time. I just think I think we can talk about it, have a level of decorum. Yes, it may be emotional, but let's make sure we just keep our emotions intact. That's all.
I don't. Yeah.
Go ahead, J Dub. What you about to say?
I was just gonna say, like, when I was saying my thing, he interrupted, which is totally fine. And I was asking him questions because he was saying this is the natural order, and men did patriarchy because they loved women and they were not rainbow, and like they had true love. And then he switches it all up and says it's because they need order when the Beyonder and Sabies, or whatever her name is, were talking it out or whatever. He's interrupting the whole time and putting down women. It's weird. And then calling us random women. I'm not random at all.
Well, all right. Well, back to the conversation. Shout outs to Spicy Ranch in the comments. What up, brother? But
why doesn't Spicy come up?
He can come up if he wants. Spicy is a good friend of Beyonda. So, but yeah, shout outs to him in the comments. But yeah, look, we can have the conversation, social privilege, right? So I know this is the Beyonda's topic, but I can speak on this too. So earlier, we had a thing about I'll even kind of speak to what Snabies was kind of talking about when she mentioned social acceptance, because I still wanted to allow that nuance in, because that does happen. So she says social acceptance. So you could say that there are things that are more socially acceptable for men and socially acceptable for women, right? For instance, a woman sharing her emotions, that's more socially acceptable amongst men and women, as opposed to a man sharing his emotions. Is that true or false?
For some people.
Is that in most cases, is that true or false?
I can't co-sign to it, but maybe she can.
Okay, J Dub. In most cases, is that true or false?
Can you say it one more time?
That it's more socially acceptable for a woman to share her feelings versus a more socially acceptable in society when a woman shares her feelings, her vulnerabilities, as opposed to a man.
Yes.
Okay, very easily answered because that is true. Because we all know that when a man is, it got mentioned earlier. A guy mentioned, you see a man crying and a woman crying. Who you think the people's aid? Who you think the aid is gonna go to first? Who are people gonna run to first? And more than likely, it's gonna be a woman. You know,
Yeah.
and when we bring these things up, it's not to like get mad at them or say things should be changed per se. Like in this sense, I have no problem opening a door for a woman, right? I don't want it to now be where women got to open doors for me. I mean, although I appreciate it if a woman did, but I'm not mad at that, is what I'm saying. The thing is the appreciation for it. If there's like a lack of appreciation for the privilege on the chivalry aspect that we give to women, that's where there's a problem.
But okay, but like what you're saying in the same breath, like the lack of appreciation. Do you not think the same could be said coming from like the woman's perspective as well? Because there's many men who do give without like getting like the appreciation like reciprocated. There are women who do the same. So you could say it's on both ends, and we can like acknowledge that like yeah, like maybe some experience it more than others, of which we know. But like, what is the conversation to like an end? Like, what is like the means of like an end? Like, what is your goal? I guess. Like,
Well, I mentioned the chivalry aspect. So women can be chivalrous too. Yes. But in most cases, are they? To other men, maybe to other kids, absolutely. Women are definitely chivalrous with children, But what I'm saying is, on the chivalry aspect, men are for women. I don't have a heat with that. I'm saying if there's a lack of appreciation for that chivalry, that's the only time when that becomes a conversation. You know what I'm
But also,
saying? Go ahead, J
when you talk about like how it's socially acceptable more for women to be emotional in public settings and stuff, or wherever, that's also rooted in the patriarchy, how we're less. Like it's rooted in women are not as strong. They're not as, I don't know the word for it, but it's not a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing for men either. But
not very safe for them at all.
it just feels like everything is, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It doesn't feel like it's a privilege. It feels like it's here you go. Here's the last of the last. And we're going to call it a privilege just to make you feel happy.
Which is harmful because the way that things are going these days, like the more you want to underestimate what you think is lesser than you, I am not the only person of my kind who exists. It would be foolish. But I did want to ask, like, I want to ask because I want to see if I want to stay in the conversation because I don't want to take up a space. But like, so you have like the prompt, like, are you trying to spark conversation or are you trying to like look for like solutions or like what's like the objective of the prompt, if you don't mind me asking? I'm not trying to be rude.
No, I don't think you are. This is not my topic. This is Beyonda. So Beyonda is a good friend of mine. And for people who are friends of mine up here, I let them give me suggestions on topics. So I can't speak for him, but I could kind of speak to this because I have another show that I do on YouTube on Monday, and this was a similar topic over there. We were just talking about the double standards of social privilege. So I think the thing is that he's trying to, if I could kind of get to somewhere where he may be trying to get to a conversation. I think he wants to mind out both things. He wants to mind out that social privilege benefits men and women. I guess the whole thing is, who does it benefit more? And who it benefits more, when we're breaking down what they are we from a law perspective being fair in terms of, if a man and a woman does the same crime, why is it that the woman gets less years than what the man does for the same crime?
I know the
Um,
answer.
maybe he was trying to get a solution for something like that. When it comes
Well,
to, yeah,
what are they doing crimes? I get what you're saying, but it's like, because I think very cerebrally in the sense where I get what you're talking about and I see what you're talking about and I can see that path of reasoning. But then like when I zoom out and I keep zooming out, I see that, but then I also see it really does seem like a distraction. Like these conversations about like who benefits more, it's like, yeah, we need to have that conversation, but then we need to look into like, why is this such a system? Right? Like who's really actually benefiting? Who's benefiting from us being against each other? Who's benefiting from like
That's
the lack of unity?
and also the reason why a lot of women get lesser years for the same crime is because more women take the plea deal. It's in the stat.
Yeah, I did time. It was, I mean, it could have been worse, but it wasn't great.
And also I think something else that I kind of adds to my point is all the privileges for women, if men had them, except maybe the legal thing, it wouldn't be seen as a privilege to them. They wouldn't want it. Compared to women, if we had their privileges, it would be seen as a privilege. We would want that. Like
But
if a
see,
man was able to be emotional in public, he wouldn't want that because that would make him feel weak. But yet that's a privilege for us.
wait, what you're saying right now, like what you just like, if the man were to like cry or whatever and be vulnerable in public, that would make him like seem weak. Why would it make him seem weak? Here's
No, it
like
would make him feel weak because of our patriarchy system.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all the things that make us a privilege, it's not a good thing for them, what they think, because of the society we are, socially conditioned to think this is the right way. Like if a man always says like the stay-at-home mom, like the job of a stay-at-home mom, such a wonderful job. Well, if it's so wonderful, why don't you do it?
Right.
But they don't, because they wouldn't want to, because it would make them feel less than. That's what I mean.
Yeah, but how many women are willing to see J-Dub?
All of them. Well, I won't say all of them.
How many women are what?
98% of them, I would say.
Here's the thing, J-Dub, because I know you bring this up often when you talk about what the patriarchy has done and not done. But I could take my panel for an example. Women are not coming up here wanting to trade that place of them working out in the field and doing all the hard work and all the long hours while the man stays at home and be the stay-at-home father. None of those married women or women who want to be married have come up here and said that they wanted that. Not a single one.
Of hardworking, like working blue collar?
No, you didn't hear what I said.
I did. I'm sorry.
I heard what you said.
I said I've never had any married women come up here and say that they want to trade that place of their man, their husband being the stay-at-home father, while they're out there doing the same amount of hours that their husband does.
But here's
No
the thing,
married women.
I have.
Right.
Most men don't work 80 hours a week. They're working normal hours.
Working from home. I literally make like a shit ton of money like working from home.
Hold on, Barilla, hold on. You've heard who come on this panel and say that?
Maybe not this panel, I just mean in general, because I'm around women. Stay-at-home moms, they get very depressed. They want to be working too. It's not an easy job. It's 24/7.
You still didn't hear me. I'm talking about them
This
coming up here
panel,
and
I'm not always on this panel, but I'm saying
No,
in general, I have heard it.
no,
he's
she's
saying
not hearing me at all. She's not hearing
no,
me at all.
I get what you're saying though.
Thank
I
you,
get,
thank you.
yeah. No, he's basically saying like there are like you don't hear like a lot of women, the ones who are like making the money, like the big bucks and stuff, where it's like yeah, like they don't mind if like oh they carry everything and like their man is like a stay-at-home father and stay like with women. He's saying he doesn't hear a lot of women talking about that. Not saying like they don't exist, they do, but he doesn't hear enough about it for him to like have a conclusion towards like yeah, like this is actually a thing.
But if you look
If
at
I
the
got that right.
stats, stay-at-home dads, it's becoming more and more and more. Like it just keeps growing.
But you have to realize though, like, because like I exist, you exist. I assume you're some kind of person. I can only speak for myself. Like I have no problem like carrying whatever, because like my peace and like my happy looks different. And I think like the women who are open to doing that got to that point first, because they're the established women who are like getting into these relationships, like, and like when you get to be like established, sometimes like it's after you realize like you love yourself enough. So it's like if you love yourself enough and like you have the capacity to love someone else because you see them in you. So it's like whatever money they have, whatever, as long as you guys are able to grow together, like as long as you guys are vibing together, as long as like you guys are like aligned and like spiritually walking together, money is irrelevant. So like it's possible, but like that is a conversation where it's like people have to have with themselves to like be like, do I know who the fuck do I know who I am? Or am I over here like doing this because I think this is what other people want me to be? And when you get in a relationship like that, then obviously it's going to crumble because your foundation is built on nonsense. But like, if you get with the right people, money is irrelevant because like the money will come when the love, like the connection, like and everything is solid. And I'll land it there.
And I agree. But the thing that I feel like Fifth, you knew where I was coming from, because if any, like, it goes both ways. Men all, and I'm going to say it again and I'll stop, but our privileges would not be a privilege to men. Men would not think that was a privilege at all, or it would be switched. And the fact that that guy, man or whatever, who dropped, he was saying men created this because they loved us so much. If that was the case, why was everything surrounded by control? Like, and I do talk about it a lot, and I think that more women should. I think it's ridiculous, but that's just me.
I mean, men do love women. I mean, I think the thing is that you know men who don't love women, so that's in your space. But men do love women, and there are a lot of things that men do for women, you know. And I mean that gets pushed to the side. That's fine. But men do love women, and there are men who love women so much that they are doing it and sacrificing and doing certain things, even for women that are not theirs. I mean, there are men who look, let me tell you something. There are men who will sacrifice their livelihood and their body for a woman or a child that's not theirs in terms of safety. That is something that is very natural for a lot of men. You know, men who jumped in front of buses just to save women from being harmed or you know, worse, you know, life ended. You know, same thing with children. There are definitely men out there, plenty of men out there who are able to do that, you know. Now, are there women
Able to. Did you hear that?
yeah, there are many men in the situation that are willing and able. I said willing and able. Now let's talk about the women. Yes, you guys are very, very chivalrous with children. Of course. You would never, like, here's the thing. Most women, if you see a kid fall, of course you're gonna run and are you okay? We know women are chivalrous with kids, right? But what I'm saying is that a man is gonna be chivalrous to women and kids. You know what I'm saying? And the
Women are
elderly. You know what I mean?
well though. That's the thing. Like I understand like the women that you're talking about because I didn't know until I moved out here and I saw them and like I was having conversations with them. I'm like, okay, these people actually exist. That's a little bit different. But like my woman and I'm from Nashville, you feel me? And like I've grown up all over. But like the women in my fudging group, like we do stand up for men always. Like we always stand for men. Like there'll never be a black man standing alone. in our presence. And like, I understand that like y'all have dealt with like women otherwise, but like the women like us exist, and like, it hurts my heart that y'all don't know enough of them, and like you feel so very strongly about this, because like we would my group, my line, like my people, like we would never, like there ain't no way in Hades that we will allow a black man to stand by himself in the face of anything ever. I don't know
Well,
who y'all better have.
Rilla, you're speaking to a man who was raised by his mother, so I definitely know a big deal, a thing or two about uh, for the woman in my life who has stood up for me. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to the chivalry aspect, we know that. And look, when I say this, I think when you hear me bring it up, you hear it as a complaint. We're actually not complaining. I'm just basically saying that there are things that we instinctively do, but I know it's so easy for women to say, men don't love us or care about us. But I just think that's not fair to say. Just like I didn't say women don't care about us. I didn't make that statement, you know. But what I'm saying is that we could be so quick to say, women could be so quick to say men don't care about us, don't love us, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not up here saying that women don't. I know there are women that do.
I
You know what I'm
think there's
saying?
more of us that do care though, because like I've been hurt. Like let me tell you, I've been hurt. Like I've been hurt and stomped to the ground like by black men. But like at the end of the day, like I will always love black men, always. Not to my detriment.
So hold on. Are you? I can't tell. You don't have a picture up here. Are you a black woman?
Yes, every time.
Okay.
You
Well,
want me to get up?
you don't. Well, your picture is a dollar sign. Okay. Nice to meet you. But I just want you to understand why you got that question is because your picture is a dollar sign. My picture is public. I'm a black man. So I just didn't know.
It's
That's
just
all I'm
like
asking.
yeah, but like no, I love my people, because like I had to grow through a lot of shit. Oh, stuff. I had to go through like a lot of stuff to like realize like my correlation like between like who I am and how I exist in this world in correlation to everybody else. And it's like I could have went through these things, but I went through my own stuff, and like it was hard for me to grow through things instead of go through things. So like imagine like what this other person is going through. So like that's why like when it comes to like black people, or like now I understand like when they say that black people can't be racist, and it's like, well no, like they can, but then it's like no, because like when white people are racist, people lose their lives. Like people lose their jobs, like people like they're like whatever. When black people are racist or schmeacist or like whatever, like they just nobody cares. Like it's just like us talking. So it's not the same. And I think that like when I see my people, even if they're doing like bad things, it's like we need to come together better, because like if there was like an avenue, if there was a way, and like we knew that we could do it, we wouldn't be doing none of this at all. Like at all. Like if you build it, they will come. I think like it's getting very close to like the point where it's like it's gonna be a sink or swim, and like either we come together as a people, which I know that we can and will, or we fall. But I have faith in us, honestly.
Okay. Well, so yeah, I think so J Dub talked about just to kind of back to what J Dub said. She talked about the whole thing about the privilege. I talked about social acceptance on that point because I was trying to get to Snaby's kind of remark, and I was saying that it's more socially acceptable if a woman is sharing her emotions and vulnerabilities and feelings versus a man in society. And J Dub was saying, well, it's because of the patriarchy. Well, I would say that because of the patriarchy, if that's where we're going, because I didn't go there, but if that's where we're going, the patriarchy is making the patriarchy is not very kind to men either, you
No,
know.
not at all. It's
And
horrible
so
for both.
and when we brought up the homelessness thing, if a woman is on the street homeless and she's needing some assistance, some help, uh, and a man is in the same, let's say the same like street, right? you'll hear more likely someone say to the man, "Man, get a job, you bum." But you're not going to hear that said to a woman. You know, you won't hear it in that fashion. If she needs $1, $2, $5, somebody's going to try to get that $2 or $5 for her versus the man.
You
You
know what I
know,
do hear though? I've heard people be like, "You're a woman, you could sell your body. Like, why are you on the street?" When I know that's horrible, but I have heard that, especially for men. So it goes both ways.
wait,
But how did
wait, say it again.
like I've heard people say if they see like a woman asking for money on the street, like you can sell your body. Like, why are you on the street when you can do that? Men can't do that. I've literally heard that.
So a woman asking for help is different from prostitution.
Saying like you're begging for money yet you can work for it. I don't agree with that. And I give money to both men and women, but I have heard it. Oh, you're talking about assistance? I thought it was about I thought you were talking about bums asking for money on the street.
Yes, and what I said is that more likely, the woman is going to get help as opposed to the man. I said what happens is it's
The
it's
man, yeah, can go
it get
work.
it gets become kind of negative because what they'll do is they'll be like, "Oh, this guy's a beggar, man. Get a job, you bum." But if a woman is doing it, I mean, she's not going to get that same reaction. And I'm gonna be honest with you, J Dub. I'm gonna be honest with you. Even I myself may have acted like that. You know, when I've seen a woman asking versus a man. I remember one time, um, this was at the same gas station. A woman said she needed whatever, and I was like, all right, I helped her out, right? The man asked it, I didn't give him nothing. You know what I mean? Now that was kind of wrong, you know,
It's not wrong. It's
but
if
but
you
but that was something that I did. She asked for money. I gave the woman money. I didn't give the man money. You know what I mean?
yeah. Well,
So
it's
now,
because too I'm so sorry, I keep interrupting.
nah, go ahead, go ahead.
It's because she's seen as weaker, as more vulnerable, as she's on the street, she could get hurt way worse than a man. So you want to help her out more, right?
Yeah, and in Spicy Ranch in the comments, right? There have been times I haven't given any money to anybody. I mean, matter of fact, a woman the other day, um, I encountered a homeless quite often. The woman the other day was like, "Hey, can you help me out?" She had a whole story and everything, and I didn't have nothing for her. I couldn't help her. Then another guy asked right after she did, and I was like, I ain't got it because I guess I kind of thought like, yo, are they together? Are they working this thing together? Where she asked and then he asked, because sometimes you have like a ploy, you know what I mean, where it's like two people are in on it together. They're just trying to see who would give money to first or how much. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if you're familiar with like how people scam, right? And this is why men got to be careful. Where they'll send a child or a woman to ask stuff for them because they know that people are gonna have more empathy for the woman or the child. I mean, have you ever seen something like that?
Yeah, of course. But it all stems from women being less. They're
Yeah.
more vulnerable. And he wouldn't want those privileges. He wouldn't want to be seen as less. He does not want to be seen as not strong. Vulnerable? No. So why is that a privilege for women?
Well, I said socially accepted. Now, the privilege I'm talking about, because that's another conversation. The privilege would be homeless shelters, right? So y'all are more quick to women who are out on the streets could definitely be accepted into a homeless shelter better than men. Now, that is a fact.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's the privilege part. We were speaking to the social acceptance part. Now that's the privilege part. So, and like I said, I'm not bringing that up to be mad at that, but that is a thing. Who's coming back? Who's that? Okay.
There is two men only shelters.
Yeah, man, go ahead, man.
I just was scrolling through it and I came back. I'm like, wow, only one person on here now.
Yeah, what's her name? I forgot her name. Dang, she left.
Where Beyonda go?
Beyonda said he'll be right back. He had to handle an order. But
Well,
man,
nah, man. Well, nah, I was just.
yeah, did you want to, because contrary to what you may believe, the ladies did want to hear your point. Did you want to go back to your,
I mean,
what you
yeah.
was talking about before?
I mean, my points are golden. So I know people want to hear it. It's just like, for some reason that online, you may never sit down in a room with a man like me. So I get it. You're excited. You may never sit down in a room with a man like Fifth. And 9 times out of 10, most of these people engage in these conversations with people so freely as if they're used to being around people like that. So I get it. You know what I'm saying? You're excited. Like, but cherish the day, like Sade. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, most of these prompts are evident and they lead to frivolous conversation back and forth that I don't like to be a part of. So that's why I left and let that die down. And then I come back when it's more sound, like now, you know what I mean? So, I mean, the benefits of man and women, and where I was heading to earlier, when I said that the obvious benefits or privileges that women bear is the fact that they can extend a family. They have the divine nurture aspect. And it's not a matter of what you can do, it's about what you're good at. Because I'm sure a man could raise a baby, but a woman's better at it. She's inherently better at it. You know what I'm saying? So you don't measure a thing by what exists. You measure a thing by the majority. The majority rules. So if you count out the aspects and traits that a woman have in certain things, a woman's more privileged in that area and the man's more privileged in certain areas. It's evident. I don't understand the back and forth. Well, a woman can do this too. Where a man created this. A woman created that. A woman created a lot of things. And I mean, it's just the rhetoric, the trivial rhetoric that just baffles me. And it's not entertaining to me. So when it gets to that point, I just got to remove myself because some of this stuff is so evident. If you really believe what you believe, why is men still the forefront of your life? If you're so like anti-man and ask any feminist out here if she's a virgin. I'll wait for you to get a yes that they are. I'll wait. Ask any feminist since she's became a feminist. Is she a virgin? After becoming a feminist, you still having smacks. Come on, man. Miss me with that shit. I'm just saying, bro. Like, I just can't play the fool like some people. Like grandma said, don't play the fool because you ain't one. I just don't know how to play the fool like some people. That's all. It bothers me, bro. It hurts. It hurts. Not like hurts like cry, but it hurt like to hold back that much. It hurts. I land.
Okay, so I at first wanted to apologize for interrupting, and I still do for that part. But I'm not sure if you were trying to talk on me or what, but you don't know me at all, so please don't. I've been on Fifth Live for a very long time now. Don't talk on me like that. I don't like it. I never talked on you at all. We were having just a conversation. It's not that big of a deal. But I do apologize
Whose
for
name did I
interrupting.
mention, Fifth? Did I say anybody's name, Fifth?
What other woman is up here, and who did you have a problem with?
It was 3 other women here. What are you talking about? But see, this how they bond online. It's like cyber sex. They start an argument with a man, and that's how they get off. I never said
So
nobody's
either
name.
way, I'm the only one up
See how
here.
she like to go back and forth? This is what she like.
That's all I'm gonna say, Fifth.
Yeah, it's cyber sex. Well, they get off on that stuff, bro. It's a special one on TikTok. Watch it. It'll blow your mind, bro. How weird some people are. It's called, I forgot the name of it, but it talks about social media and the people that are really, really in tune with this stuff and how they think. Yeah, it's something like, it talks about social media as a whole, but Cyber Smex is one of the segments. And like they get in these arguments and they love that shit. Debates. We're just debating. I was never thinking of it as a debate. But that's how they think. Like they get off. And when you go out in the world with them, they're silent. They don't say nothing in the world. Their lane is cyber. They got headphone, a big old chair with a seat rest, a leg rest on it, like and some popcorn next to it. That shit's crazy, bro. And they got motherfucking light rest. You got an arm rest. You put your arm up with a drink in it with some soda and a straw sticking out. Shit's crazy, bro.
Oh, I talk like this in real life. I'm not saying you're talking about me, and I don't hate men at all. I do hate the patriarchy, but I think it also is hurting men as well. I don't hate men. I love men. Some of them annoy the crap out of me, but still love.
Nonsense. You love the patriarchy.
I mean that let me just say this because
Netflix special is not even about women. It's about people who like social media people that act like that. It's not targeting women. That's the funny part.
yeah,
I
but,
never thought it did. I thought it targeted men, to be honest.
well. Anyway, as far as the patriarchy goes, there are things that women benefit from. That if we dismantle the patriarchy and we start all over again, and we ask women what they want, they're gonna pick out things that's still gonna come back to patriarchy anyway. So let me go to Charles. Hey Charles, how you doing, man?
How are you doing today? Thank you for having me on.
No problem, man. The topic today is who benefits more from social privilege, men or women? You have the floor.
Women, absolutely. Women benefit from social privilege and patriotically more than anybody else, man. You a man in society, you get absolutely nothing. We get absolutely nothing. And we get blamed for everything. Women are the most privileged class in America today. They get everything for free. All the courts and the family courts are rigged in their favor. They don't do nothing. It's just the men that just take care of them. And it's so bad now. They resort to shaming men if they don't toe the line of the feminist agenda. Women get everything's for free. The only thing women today have to do is look pretty, and they have the whole system in their back pocket. And that's I'm gonna yield back my floor on that.
All right, it's an open discussion. Y'all could talk it out.
The name of that documentary is called The Social Dilemma.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I'm gonna watch it.
It's on Netflix. It's going to break down all this weird shit.
Okay.
Yeah, just try to keep your language. Yeah, it's all good.
But like, that's the thing, bro. Like, that's why knowledge is so powerful because it will change, and that's why I respect knowledge. So I don't gorge knowledge like a plate of food. You see what I mean? That's what's wrong with society. They're gorging knowledge like it's a buffet when you're not supposed to take. You're supposed to take your time with knowledge. That's why it's one grade after another. Like, it's not all the grades at once. You know what I mean? Because the more you learn, the more it's going to change your insight and your outlook. You know what I mean? I don't look at these type of conversations like frivolously because I've seen things like The Social Dilemma. I've seen things like The Black Mirror. You know what I mean? That has changed my thought pattern on these type of topics. I'm sure y'all seen The Black Mirror, right?
No, I don't watch TV really. I read books.
I mean, Black Mirror is a book. It stemmed from a book. So, you know what I mean? Like, see what I'm saying? Like,
Okay, I'm gonna read the book then. Thanks for telling me that. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Let me let me get to let me say her name. Is it one Miss Tama? How do I say that?
It's T,
one
mama.
thought I made her.
Tima.
Yes.
All right, Tima. So up here, you know, no cursing. Okay, it's TikTok. No cursing. Do as best as you can. The topic is who benefits more from social privilege, men or women. Go ahead.
I feel like women do because women socially can do things because of looks quicker than most men can. And I'm just gonna leave it at that because I feel like women can do that.
Hey, Tima, your TV was so loud that all we really heard was the TV. So
Sorry. I
yeah,
apologize. My son is watching TV, so
okay.
I apologize.
All right. So you think women benefit more from?
Yes.
Dang. First of all, how old is you? How?
That's what I'm
You watching
saying.
some
I
grown
know
man
Because what I
TV.
he's
heard,
11, but he's old. Okay, he's
You
deaf.
watching grown man TV.
that's what I'm saying. He sound like he watching Howard Stern. Jeez, and he 11?
Yeah, he's 11.
He's sitting there
Oh,
with a beer.
Jesus.
He's sitting there with a beer and
But
some
yes, I
wings.
do agree that women do have more social privilege because, women are more acceptable in society because of their looks.
I don't agree with that. I stand firm on mine. The men, not to cut you off. Go ahead. You can finish, love.
No, it's fine. I just said that because a lot of women get by with their looks, and they can get passed on other men even in job situations because of their looks. So sometimes I do feel like women can, just because they looks,
So
be a little more social privilege.
what about the women? What about the women that are not deemed sexually attractive? Do they get away? Do they get over on
No,
men
they do
on their
not,
looks?
and I'm
No?
sorry for them.
Okay, so then that means that they would have to use their intelligence, their wits,
Yeah.
their their fortitude to climb.
Yes.
They're like
Okay.
broke dudes.
So that's
They're
why I
not
say
broke.
men, because all women don't have that pull that you guys are talking about. And actually, in a room of 20 women, probably only about 5 of them are gorgeous. So that's why I know for a fact that women don't have this pull just across the board like men do. Because a man doesn't have to be attractive. He could walk in a room and talk with some conviction, and that whole room's going to yield to him. Period.
Not really. He got to have some dollars in his pocket.
No, he don't, bro.
The
Because as long as
equivalent of an ugly woman is a broke dude.
So listen, bro, that's a great point. But the fact is, I'm in college right now. Class just started today. My professor said at our opening thesis presentation, leave your emotions at the door. They have no place in the world. Only thing that matters is facts. So that's what she's pushing this semester. So like, that's what I'm on. I'm on fact time. I ain't on demon time. I ain't on man time. I'm on fact time. You know what I mean? All facts. Because when it's all facts, you ain't got nothing to think about. I don't have to ponder on a fact. It's the facts. It's already there. So at the end of the day, a man does not a man doesn't have to be attractive. All he has to do is have understanding, speak with some conviction, and have a plan and a vision. The whole world will yield to him. Trust me. Even investors, bro. If you give an investor,
That won't happen, bro.
All right. So even if you give an investor a plan that makes sense, they will give you millions of dollars for it. Trust me.
No, they won't.
All right. All right.
Hey, men and
Let me
many.
tell you something.
Yeah,
It's
go
still an
ahead,
ugly
Joe and
woman.
Charles. Yeah, go ahead.
All I'm saying, all an ugly woman has to do is pop out one baby, and she'll have a free ride until that baby's 18 years old, man.
All right.
She can find the ugliest dude to have a kid with, and she will have a free ride until that kid's 18.
All right.
A man can't do that. A man can just walk in the room and start talking. Now they're gonna be like, "Who the hell are you?"
Right.
A man has to build something, man. They got to get money. They got to get status, and then that's when they start getting social privilege. But if it's just any dude, the lowest totem pole in the whole society is a homeless male bum on the street.
All right.
You know what I'm saying?
And don't let him be short either.
Stop.
You know what I'm saying? They got to compensate. They got to compensate. If you're short, you got to compensate for money. If you're an Asian man, you got to compensate for money. They're really low on the turbo.
Your phone's breaking up, bro.
You got a whole lot of money in your pocket.
Your phone's breaking up, bro.
Oh, you can now?
Probably got to have a good phone, too, to make it different.
What about now?
No, it's better.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody's getting nothing to a man, yo. Now, if a man builds something and builds status, now that's different.
So fifth, you know about like the investment game, right?
To some degree, yeah.
So you know about business plans, right? A business model, right?
Yes, sir.
Bro, it's just like what's that show? Shark Tank. It's investors that just wait for a creative motherfucker to come with a great plan, and they're gonna throw you millions of dollars. That's how people get rich every day. What are you talking about? If you have a vision and a plan,
easy, man.
Hold on, bro. Nobody said thinking was easy. I never said thinking was easy. It's hard to come up with a business plan. What are you talking about? But if you do it and you can establish a plan that's understandable and digestible, and somebody sees the profit in it, they will gladly invest millions. They do it every day. And I don't see women like leading in that industry of business models, and I mean they do on a smaller level. I mean, what they said, women lead in like new business openings and all that last year, but those are small companies. I'm talking about like Fortune 500 businesses. They're being established by men every day. You know what I mean? But I mean, you got to know those rooms to speak on them. I sit down with the mayor, man. I know the mayor. Me and the mayor, I'm on a first name basis with the mayor. So I understand it levels to this. You know what I'm saying? So I can't expect orange juice out of apple. So I get it.
Well, you know, man of many, if you are allowing the room for nuance during this whole topic, then I would present this to you, man of many. Are you familiar with how JFK became president? Like one of the main things
Absolutely.
that actually got people to vote for him?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know actually did have something to do with his looks? Are you aware that
No,
that was the
that's
first
what
time?
you didn't even let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead. Yeah.
I wasn't even about to say the opposite.
Okay.
I was about to say it had nothing to do with his politics.
Mhm.
It had everything to do with his character and his looks and his
Yeah.
charisma.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like that stuff does not matter as much as you think it. If Obama didn't have the charisma that he has, he would never been president. Trust me. If he didn't have that walk, if he didn't have that talk, that wife, and that charisma, he would have never been president. It wouldn't even have been close.
Right. So the reason why I brought that up is because that was one of Chris's points. But I get that doesn't always apply. But in that situation, it definitely applied. But no, it doesn't apply in all situations because
We talking about
because
across the board here. Like
yeah.
we're not talking about who in this room. We're talking about in society. Like, you know what I mean? Every
Well,
woman doesn't look good.
well,
Like,
you know,
Is
every
that society though?
well, women
yes,
even
every woman in society don't look good.
No, but
well,
beauty is subjective.
well, even women will tell you that they think that that the more a man has financially, that they're willing to overlook some of his looks and behavior. Like I've had many women come on this panel, and say when we brought up the cheating thing and money, and I've had women come on here, not all women, but a lot of women come up here say some ignorant stuff like, well, you know, I'd rather cry in a Ferrari than cry in a Honda. So obviously, the money is what they're picking over and sacrificing over their morals and integrity.
I ain't knocking the money. Don't ever think that. I'm just saying, like,
I ain't crying in either.
it takes a man with the money to cry over a man driving a car. Like, if it's not a man with the money, then you're not gonna sit there and cry over no bucket of money. The man gotta have it, and he give it the power. The man give the money the power.
A man
You,
with money or a man without
you ain't
money.
gonna cry over no damn treasure chest with money in it.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you want a man holding it.
If a man got a whole bunch of money, that's great, but
Cause I already told you, baby. Most of the time when a man got money, you don't even ask for none of it.
I don't
You just wanna know that he got it.
No,
Did you
I
say
don't
J
need to
Dub?
even know if they got it. I don't need to know if a man has money. I need to know if you're gonna be with me through all these rough times, through all the suffering, the pain, all the things we have to go through, because we're not always gonna get along. We're not always gonna agree on a thing. Can we get past these things? Can we
Absolutely,
communicate?
baby. Absolutely. And you're gonna see how interested a man really is when you feel how hard he is in you.
What?
Yo, all right. Let
I'm
me
saying.
let me transition. Hey,
I mean,
Aaliyah, are you
it's
there?
it's adults conversation.
Aaliyah, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. So this conversation, right? And just up here, use TikTok friendly language. Don't curse, okay? And that is who benefits more from social privilege, men or women? You have the floor.
I believe men, benefit more because women are criticized way too much for every little thing. Don't wear makeup. Oh no, you need makeup. Oh wait, your makeup's too loud. We can barely see your makeup. Your hair is natural. It's too natural. You're not the right hair texture to pull off the natural look. Oh no, you're a wig warrior. Oh my goodness. Go to the gym. Girl goes to the gym. Ew, that stomach looks like an oatmeal cookie. Can you get rid of the excess skin or something? Does that? Oh my god, you know what I mean? So there's too many opposites. Like the girl that's too pretty doesn't get the promotion, but the girl that's not pretty enough won't get the raise. You have to teeter a certain line to benefit from anything. And it's a very specific type of woman that does that. Now, a man could be absolutely terrible, like our sitting president. But socially, he's perfectly fine. It's perfectly socially acceptable. Now, if a woman did even a quarter of the things that Donald Trump has done, oh my gosh, you'd never see her again. Example, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake, he's the one who ripped her top off. Who got punished for it? Janet Jackson, till this day, will not be at that award show. So, yeah, she got a lifetime punishment for the actions of a man, which is crazy. I don't see what social privilege women have at all, honestly. And that's it.
So I always ask somebody, I ask people this simple question. It was asked to me before, and it straightened me up. Would you want the whole world to live like you?
I would want the whole world to do what they want to do. I don't.
No. It's a facetious question.
Sounds like
But
the answer is no.
exactly. You see what I'm saying? it's a facetious question, but at the end of the day, it provokes thought because it's like you can answer everybody and critique everyone else, but that's the purpose of the question is like, would you mind like if the whole world were like you?
No.
Really, I wouldn't mind.
So
I'm cool.
if everyone lived like you think the world would progress?
I don't want the whole world to live like me at all.
It's a facetious question. It's not literal.
But like,
Like,
what if the answer is
I'm
yes?
answering your question. I said I don't want the whole world to live like me.
okay.
But what if the answer is yes?
So then it creates a conversation. If the whole world lived like you in all your ways, do you think the world will progress?
Yeah.
In what fashion?
Well, world hunger would come to an end.
Excuse me?
World hunger would come to an end. We wouldn't have any unhoused people.
Okay. So how would the product be derived if everything is just a handout? Where would the value come from?
Well, the people who like planting can plant all day, and the people who like serving can serve all day. Like there's if we didn't have society,
Where would the order come from? That sounds like a wonderful book, but in reality, you got to make it make sense. And as long as you can make it make sense, then we got something to talk about.
so there's something called a food forest. You know how
hmm
like a regular forest, all the plants take care of itself. It doesn't need a keeper.
Okay.
So we could create a food forest that'll take care of itself the same way a regular forest would. There's companion planting. You just plant it one time and it'll be able to sustain itself 50, 100 years later. There's actually a food forest that was rediscovered that was created by, I forgot what's his name, but he's been unalived for 50 years.
So who would provide the infrastructure?
And
Everyone in the world.
yeah, like
Oh,
exactly, because
I
then
said if
everyone would be like me. So we would all be fine with growing stuff and handing out our excess that we can't use. Because
I said infrastructure, love.
the infrastructure.
Yeah,
Well,
infrastructure is not food.
okay. Well, the infrastructure is already here. So we would just upkeep the current infrastructure and make it better.
I
Like
said progress
bring
though.
back copper.
Why do you keep
Infrastructure.
rephrasing the question for her? Let her answer the food one. That's what she was talking about. Please.
I said progress, and the only thing she
Okay,
keeps talking
so
about
when
is
it comes to
growing food.
infrastructure, now my dad was a handy guy. I watched my dad flip houses. I put in a whole subfloor nearly by myself with the help of another friend who, guess what, is a woman. 2 women here. She's also a mechanic. So because we have so many women who can now do these things, we can upkeep our own infrastructure.
So are you saying that? Are you denouncing men?
No. But you said if everyone was like me, I'm very feminine. So you said the question was, would I be okay if everyone in the world was like me? I'm
Yeah,
feminine. They would have to be feminine.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. So where
Okay.
would you said we can just manage the infrastructure that is here? You do know
And I
that
also said reinstall copper piping because copper cleans and keeps everything pretty good. We would have way better water.
you know how to do that.
Copper.
Yeah, I just explained that my dad flipped houses and I watched him do it and I helped him do it. So I do know how to do that. I know a little plumbing, I know a little electric, I know some carpentry.
Well,
Infrastructure.
copper doesn't do so great in extremely cold environments. So not to get too literal, huh?
Insulate it, keep it warm.
Yeah, but pipes burst. I guess the point
Yeah,
point that
pipes burst
yeah
now. So we
yeah
would
yeah
fix
but
it
pipe
when it bursts.
yeah okay so well
And
it's
of course, we would have to come up with something different for the different climates, for the different parts of America, because America is so huge. I'm in the
You know,
South.
house doesn't do good under weather that we still use because men told us to. Wood for houses. Actually, really bad. There's
Yeah,
other
but
like
we could use
natural
fog.
elements that we could use that make it so it's the elements aren't bad and inside stays cool, it stays warm. The trees, the pollen, the seeds, all that they took it all away, so we can't have trees that grow wild. Like the men did it all. I
Okay,
blame Manny.
okay, okay, man, bad. I get it, but my thing with
Could they still
with
sleep with us?
yeah, no, I'm being cynical when I did that. But
Just did a little joke.
yeah, I'm being a little cynical because man, bad, right? Man,
Yeah, like
men are
his
just bad,
question.
right? I get it. So, but Aaliyah said feminine, so you said like you women. So the reason why he asked that question is because he's asking, does your plan include men?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what you need the men to do?
Well,
Remember,
be
these
like
men.
me, right?
Remember.
That's what the
Hold on,
question
Aaliyah.
was.
Hold on, Aaliyah. Remember, they're all like you.
Yeah,
They're
that's what I'm
all
just
like
saying.
you.
Hey,
Exactly. That's
why
what I
is
said.
stop interrupting?
So yeah, I'm a very well-rounded human being. If a whole bunch of people were like me and well-rounded, men included, we would have a functioning society, and we'd be building with cob instead of wood. Lasts longer, very well insulated, and it's basically mold proof.
Okay, what is
So you
the
do know
cost?
it. You do know it.
Hold on. So all of
Building
this.
with cob is actually really cheap, and if everybody was like me, we would just do it for the betterment of society and not for money.
So everything costs, right? So then that would mean, we talking taxes, we talking all this kind of stuff.
Well, not if everyone was like
Everything.
me, because then if everyone was like me, then the government would also reflect me, and then all of that wouldn't exist.
You mean
So-
taxes wouldn't exist?
So,
Even
hold
if
on.
taxes don't exist, it still has to be a bargaining system.
No, I know what this is, bro. I know what this is.
I know, but I know.
Yeah, I know
man,
exactly
man,
what
man,
this is.
Man, I have a thing of letting people talk long enough to reveal themselves.
Oh yeah,
So
okay.
just allow this to happen.
I forgot about that part.
So okay. What did you say, Tama? Because you spoke to what I said. What did you say about the taxes? Mr. Tima, I'm sorry.
But even if you don't have taxes, there still has to be some kind of bargaining
Thank you.
system.
Thank you.
But that's what
so-
she said.
so
That she would
that's-
trade fruits,
Okay, so-
vegetables, things they make.
Okay, so then that goes
That's
back to
taxes.
Aaliyah. Okay, so then that goes back to Aaliyah. Aaliyah can respond now.
Okay. So the whole world is like me and everyone thinks like me. So it would be a world of everybody does what they can to contribute. Like we're good at building, we can build. We're good at piping, we can pipe. We're good at researching, so we can learn how to do things better. So everything would be communal property. Whatever, if you need more rice, go get it. Just grab it.
Are we talking? Wait,
That
man, hold on,
doesn't
real
work
quick, real
that
quick.
way.
If everything was that free, how would it sustain itself?
Couldn't.
Because everyone's like me. We want to do things for the betterment of society, and we're not selfish because everyone's like me.
So are we talking
I don't
about
have to.
socialism?
Exactly. That's what that sounds like.
I'm totally down with socialism.
That sounds like a utopia. And everybody knows it only a
Sounds
fool.
great, huh?
Only a fool dreams
That's
of
a
a
fairy
utopia.
tale.
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, the whole
So
premise
is the
is the
American
world is
dream.
the
Only a
question
fool
was, am
dreams
I
of a
cool
ut-
with everyone being like me in the world?
Yeah, but only a fool dreams of a utopia on Earth.
You're
You're
not
the only
just
one who
gonna
said
give me
utopia.
something
There's
when
no
you
way
need
that
something.
there's no way that can sustain itself. There's
How do
no
you know
way.
if it hasn't happened here in America before?
It hasn't happened because it's unsustainable.
Well, here
Well,
in
then how are
America,
those? How are tribes who operate like that still operating and around to operate like that?
A tribe in the
They
world is
bargain.
I just
They
can I say one
bargain. You
thing,
have
Cliff?
something
Hold on,
I
this-
want. You have something I want. We trade. You got something I need. I got something you need.
So
We
the
trade.
purpose
It's
the
bargain.
purpose of that question is to have you analyze yourself honestly. It's not to frivolously be like, oh, the world with me, everything just gonna work out. No, it's to have you honestly dissect yourself and see
So at
yourself
first,
and to see yourself in everyone. That's why that question was established.
so
I
well,
was asked that
you
question
said right
before.
after you asked the question, you said this is to start a conversation.
Yeah, but I
So
also
which
said
one
that I
is
was.
it?
I
Because you
also
can't
said,
ask a
come on, bro.
question
I'm not trying to have
and
cyber
then
sex with you, Joe. Relax,
why are you interrupting me then?
because I don't know you. Like you've been looking at the comments. She been calling me all this time. Like, what's up with you, bro?
All I
I'm not
said, I throw little
like
jokey
I'm
jokes.
not
I'm
getting
sorry.
off on you, bro. Like,
No,
relax.
I'm
So,
relaxed. All
like
I'm
I
saying is you
said,
can't
go
ask
ahead.
a question and then dictate how the answer is.
How that I'm not dictating anything, but it's like playing a game that I created. So, what are you talking about, lady?
Okay, so
Like,
can we get to the end of the game now? Like, what was I
Okay,
supposed to do?
what's let me ask you a question. Because this is gonna fall flat. So I understand why he asked the question, but the thing is that me personally, I'm gonna answer it. I don't want everybody to be like me because what that does is now end diversity, right? So you got to have some differences out there. I don't want everybody to be like me.
exactly.
First of all, everybody couldn't be like me. That's number one. But no,
The goal of the question.
I don't want everybody to be like me. But this is what I do want. What I do want is a at least a collective of minds and a cooperative society, and that can still happen in a world of diversity.
Goal of the question is basically to see yourself in a vast manner. That's it, and it should either scare you or it should like put you in a different perspective. To see yourself in everyone, and like it's to make you think critically, not just so fairy tale-ish, but to think critically. You know what I mean? I was in college all morning, so I'm on a whole nother playing field mentally. So I'm just saying, like, those type of questions are the type of questions I sit down with Ivy Leagues and talk for hours about. Like, to really look at yourself and everyone. And
That's a whole
everyone was like, to see everyone and if they were like you, the decisions you make on a day-to-day basis, they making the same decisions you make. Like, honestly though, like, be honest about it.
That's
You
a
know
whole
what I'm saying?
I
conspiracy
would not
theory.
want
It's a
that.
great rabbit hole to go down.
I would
love
not want everybody to make the same decisions I made ever.
Exactly. That's being real with
Yeah, man.
yourself.
I'm
I
a
would want
flawed
everyone to have
human
the same
being.
empathy I have.
I'm a
I would
flawed
want
human
everyone
being.
to treat everyone equally and have the utmost respect for people.
That question has no answer. It's just a way to see yourself, basically.
Yes, you want some people. Yes, you want people to have empathy and feel certain ways, just like you might. But that's not reality.
The question isn't about
Nobody's
reality.
ever gonna be like you are. Nobody.
I
And you can't expect everybody to be like you are. So why even wish everybody to be like you are?
wishing
How
it.
can
It's
you
just
ever learn?
It's just
How can you ever
conversation,
learn in
right?
life? How can you ever learn in life if people are the same?
It's not that type of question, love. Is that would never happen. But it's a way to think critically, to think of you, to look at yourself. There's a way to critique yourself. Because in the beginning of that question, I said everybody can critique everyone else so profoundly. So that's how that question was derived. Like, what would you think if everyone acted like you, bad and good in you, not just the good? I mean, I would say things like, I'm not as disciplined as I should be. The world would be a terrible place if it had my discipline. You see what I'm saying? It's about being honest. If you're not going to be honest with the question, then it's no fun. Like, anybody could just sit there and highlight all their goods. Oh, the world will be so great because I'm a caring person. Yeah, what about all your bad, though?
Exactly.
You
And
know
that
what
was
I'm
my
saying?
point, is like, of course you want all the good in you to be other people, but your bad parts,
Exactly.
I
That's the beauty
agree.
of that question. That's the beauty of that question.
Yeah, I
There are
agree. You don't
people, there
want
are
nobody to
great,
be the bad parts.
exactly. There are great people in this world that don't have that many bads. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's what people fail to realize. How when we critique others so harshly, they probably don't have half the bads that you have. Even though they have some, they might not have as many as you. Because
You are the person that doesn't have as many bads as the people around you.
exactly. So that's a real question. And sometimes It's hard to look in the mirror sometimes.
It is. And definitely, I agree. Like, you definitely don't want everybody to have those negative things you have within yourself. So I definitely don't want everybody to be like me at
But
all.
like Malcolm X, and I ain't no Black Power type of dude, but just for example, like there's people like Malcolm X. The CIA followed this dude secretly for years, and they found out that this dude was a goddamn excuse my language. This dude was a freaking angel. He went to work, went home to his wife, ate dinner with his kids, played with his kids at the park, went back to work the next day. For years, he was a freaking angel. That's why they had to infiltrate his people, because they're like, yo, this dude is straight up and down. So there are people out here in society that may not be as great as you, but they're also not as bad as you. So think about that.
I agree. I agree fully.
I want to do a little input. They have a whole conspiracy on that where you are everyone in the whole world. I went down the rabbit hole. I love rabbit holes, but it was really, really cool. And it is kind of like that, all your friends, all the people you meet at the store, the good, the bad, the ugly, it's all you. But the thing that I don't understand is you asked a question and you wanted to get everyone's opinion. We're all different. We all think differently. We all have different lives. We all experience this life, this world, this reality.
Set the rules first. And the number one rule of that game is to be honest.
So it's not a game. So you didn't say any of that, but no matter what,
I should have. That was my bad.
Oh, okay. So the thing is that a question that scholars or theologists or whatever you were saying, I forgot, but a question like that is an open-ended question, and it's to get different perspectives so you guys can dig inside each other's brains and have this amazing combo, because I do that all the time and I love it.
Put his name in a box. Look him up.
Wait, so I just got back. Fifth, what's been going on, bro?
I don't know. But he keeps interrupting me, but doesn't want me interrupting. I don't get it.
I mean,
we're past. No, I'm sorry. That's my bad.
No, not you, Beyonder.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Beyonder. I mean, Fifth, can I update him real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like, somebody had mentioned something about Trump, and then Jordan Peterson is amazing. I suggest everybody look at least one of his YouTubes, one that's over 20 minutes. Just look at it, and it's gonna change your life. But somebody had said something about Trump harshly, and I said a question I was asked before was, how would you see the whole world if everybody was like you? And I forgot to say the rules in the beginning. The rules of that question is to answer it honestly, not just like highlighting all your greats. Because I believe that the average person is great, but the average person is bad too. And a lot of great people like Jordan Peterson and the list goes on and on, they're not that bad as the average person. You see what I'm saying? And I feel like the average person, like myself included, I'm bad. Bad, not bad in the sense of like I'll do bad things, but my discipline could be better. My attention to detail could be better. There's certain things that makes me bad that great people don't have. You see what I'm saying? So like while we critique all these great people, they're not as bad as the average person. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's where that question came from.
Because you're saying that they're great because they've overcome what average people don't overcome.
Exactly.
Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. That makes sense.
So, but the following questions you asked Aaliyah.
A genuinely good person this question. Like the man who didn't do anything, he really just went home to his wife and kids every day for years and didn't do anything bad for years. Like what happens if you come across a genuine good person and you ask this genuine good person that question? Are we gonna fish?
But what he's saying is that person isn't producing good for anyone else other than himself.
Exactly. It's not like a I'm better than you type of thing. It's just basically measuring yourself amongst others. That's all.
Why would you
because
ask her questions about like how society would be, or how like the infrastructure or the
because if you would
food
look
and
at
all
it,
that?
if
Because
you
like
would
what I
Because
do in my
everybody's
life,
acting like there's no negative to
aspects to them,
yourself.
yeah.
You have a
okay, so
negative to yourself. So don't act like you never get angry. Don't act like you never said anything you probably shouldn't have, or did something you probably
No, and I
there is
agree
a
with that. But I'm
negative
saying,
side.
what if that was
You
his?
spread your butt
what
cheeks
if those
on
are
the
things that I
camera.
worked on and those are
What?
no longer issues of mine? Yes, I get angry, but do I display my anger? No, you would never know when I'm angry. I'm calm and composed and quite kind, no matter how much you're pissing me off.
You've never once showed anger.
No, and
Anger is
it's
not the
something that I
only.
worked on, like
Anger is
from a
not the
very
only
No,
young
I'm
bad
age.
just
though.
directing what she
And
said. That's
like
all.
for example, I've never put my hands on anybody, even when they were putting hands on me.
Okay.
Crazy. Like my ex
So
pushed
anger is
me
not the
around.
only
I gave
bad.
them a hug. I'm like, clearly you're angry. Do you need a
So
hug?
anger is not. Let's be clear. Anger is
So
not the only bad. So
yeah, I'm
No,
not
that's
lazy.
not. I just gave an example. That's
So
all.
what I do in my life, I give the homeless free hairstyles, and I do this with my own money so that they can go to their job interviews and go about their life looking dignified.
all right. I know what type of person you are. You're a free spirit, ain't you?
What do you mean?
Are you a free spirit? Simple question.
Well, that depends. Like so many people mean
You're
different things
either
by
free
that.
or not.
So all right. So let me say this. Do you think that a person that gives to the poor, lives a fairly decent lifestyle, um, they are communicated. They don't get mad, like you said. I'm not talking about you though. Um, they're
She didn't
artists.
say that though. She said, "I don't show my anger."
They paint beautiful paintings at the park, but they do drugs and they're very highly promiscuous, and little kids see them on a daily basis. And one of the little girls secretly is growing up to embody herself after her, and then that person. So like, do you think that that's a good person?
So is
Ultimately,
promiscuity only a bad thing when it's on a woman and it's not a
I
bad thing?
also said Smugs.
Do you see how it's always one-sided?
I also said Smugs.
Okay, yes, I did hear that too, but I was asking a question for clarification because usually most people only look at promiscuity as a bad thing when it comes to a woman, and they don't think it's bad for men.
So what's his
Well,
name? John Hope.
it's
John Hope said this. You can't commit yourself. You can't not want to commit yourself to something and think that you're going to get something. It's a fallacy to think so.
You can do whatever you
If you
want.
just want to be, John Hope said that. I didn't say
But
that.
who's John
John
Hope?
Hope.
Just a
Look him up.
random guy.
John Hope's not
Yeah.
a random guy. He's one of
Well,
the
I'm
richest
saying he's
black.
not like he's not
So
God. He's
relax,
not the
because you're
leader.
critiquing everybody, and it
No, I'm
just went
not.
back. It just went back to the first question. The critiquing that you have for others, critique yourself to that degree.
I
And
do, but
all right. So John Hope is one of the richest black men in America, to be exact. But he said you can't just commit to nothing and expect something to come of that. You just can't think that. You can't think that that's real.
what's
Do you?
real?
Do you?
Yeah. So when it comes to promiscuity, right? Promiscuity is a bad thing across all the board. But the fact of the matter is that society has made it to where they don't view it they don't view it in an equal lens. I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying that a lot of guys are not scolded for the promiscuity because when a woman's promiscuous, right? At least before we had all this DNA stuff, it was really hard to tell if that's my child if you were sleeping with other guys. So it was not seen as a good thing for women to be promiscuous. But now that we have DNA tests, right? Obviously, we have that. Modern day conveniences don't change, reality.
Your
It's still a
moral.
bad. It's still a bad thing. But the fact of the matter is that when women are promiscuous, it's hard to know if the kid is mine. And I'd want to know the kid's mine. So generally speaking, guys do not look at women who are promiscuous in a good light. Now, is it hypocritical for guys to think that whenever they're doing the same thing? Yes. I'm not saying it's good, but that's the reality of it. I'm not saying it's
Again,
right.
though,
I'm just
again,
saying the reality of it.
again, though, Beyonder, like somebody had mentioned in here earlier, a few minutes ago, you are the person you meet at the store or something like that. So,
I said that, yeah.
so generally, you're only going to come. You see the car you drive a lot, right? It's the
Yes.
same concept. So, generally speaking, you're only going to really come in contact with people like you, but there's a whole nother world out there. There are men that are not promiscuous. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
There are men that are great men that all they do is like Malcolm X did, and Gandhi, and Ben, what's his name? The dude that did the computer stuff. Fucking
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates, and there are people that sleep in the office and go to work and wake up in the office and go back to work. Like, so, but you're not coming in contact with them people because they're not you. You come in contact with what you are. You know what I mean? Or at least in the arena of what you are. You know what I'm saying? So I don't look at the world that narrow. You know what I'm saying? Because I like to look at it more broad. You know, because I like to talk to people who are nothing like me, that have totally different lives, but they just have common sense. That's where we relate. You know what I mean?
Right.
They're not like an alien. They still can see that if you do this or do that, then obviously that's going to happen. Even though we have two different type of lives.
Yeah,
So
I
I
get
think a
that.
lot of times it's hard for people to hop out of that box and look at life more vastly.
But then you're saying like this is good and this is bad. That's that box. Because what's good for someone isn't good for another person. We all are living in different realities. Like you said, what's real to us is not real to someone else. Like we even
I never
see
said that. I never said that. I clearly said that we live two different lives, but we can come to the same conclusion.
Yes,
I
it's
never
different.
I never said nothing about no. It's one reality. And
It's
anybody
not.
that
Everyone
tells,
has a different
all right,
reality.
well, anybody that tells you that there are multiple realities, get away from them.
Do you
Because
understand that our eyes, if we are
here we
looking at
go.
the same chair, we don't see the same chair.
It's called perception, but there's one reality.
Yes, that's a
All
look it
right.
up. We
All
all are
right.
living in it's different realities because someone is living a whole different life than
Perception
us.
is different. Perception is different than reality.
I understand that, but we are all our reality is not the same.
No, your
That's
experiences
like
are not the same,
YG and
but the reality is the
BLK
same.
people. It's not the same.
Well, hold on.
Reality is
They
not
got a
the
psych
same.
ward.
Everybody's
hold on.
reality is the
Yeah,
same, but
wait.
perception is not reality.
Yes.
You can
Yeah.
look it
Hold on.
up.
Hold on.
Everybody, there's a psych ward full of people talking like that. Trust me.
Yeah, well, I don't really believe anything he says because he also said the Black Mirror was a book.
There's a psych ward full of people talking like that. So trust me.
The fact of the matter is that if you look up and I look up and it's the daytime, we're both going to see a blue sky. So we live in the same reality. But your experiences are going to be different than mine because we're not the same person. So experiences and reality, they coincide, but reality is definitely like a thing that we all live under. It's all the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying
Perception is what I like. She was like making a perception
I
versus
understand.
reality.
It was
If you
two
look
different
at a
things.
cloud in the sky and say that's a cloud, that's reality. But if I see a dog and she sees a rabbit, that's perception.
Huh?
Doesn't change the fact of the
If
reality
you see a
that
dog and I see a rabbit?
What
Oh, in the
I'm
cloud.
saying
Okay,
was,
okay, in the cloud. My bad. I thought you meant on the
yeah,
ground. I was like,
what I'm
what? Okay, in
saying
the
is
cloud.
if we're
Okay, I get it.
looking, if we're looking at a
My
cloud
bad.
together, we both know it's a cloud.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
reality. It's a cloud. It's reality. It's a cloud.
But we see different
But
stuff, and that is our reality
that's
too.
perception. But that's perception now. What you're saying, that's perception.
in the
We
world
see
that we
something.
live in
But
the
it's just
world
like
that we
morals
the
all
world
change too.
the
They're
world
not
that we live in
one
already has standards in place. So it's no need. That's second grade talk. So like,
standards in
so
place
hold
because
on.
we are
I
socially
I don't
conditioned for that.
I don't know where this conversation went,
I
yo.
don't
We done went
either.
I mean,
way
He
over.
it's
asked a
not.
question
Hey,
and then
Listen,
hey,
dictated
beyond
how
that,
hey,
everyone
hey,
listen,
answers it.
hey, beyond that.
listen. I walked
Since
into
you're back,
this.
bring us back.
I
Yeah.
walked
Well,
into this. Okay.
well, since you're back, bring us back because I'm driving. Well, I'm sorry, vehicular movement.
I
'cause I
mean,
gotta
you
say
ain't
this on
changed
TikTok.
you haven't changed the prompt though. So I mean, it seemed like it's going pretty fine to me. The prompt is the same. Like, what do you want us to unpack the prompt over and over again? Saying, like, it seemed like it was going pretty smooth to me. Yeah. So all I was saying was, you can't say my good is different from your good. I mean, yeah, in terms of what you like on your pizza, but in terms of society and societal norms or regular or anomalies, then that's pretty linear across the world.
Well, I can say in regards to this conversation, the fact that women could, like what you were saying about, oh, we all have reality. It's kind of the same thing it's kind of the same thing of someone saying it's my truth. That's a very that's a very privileged thing to say. It's my truth, as if like your experiences trump what's actually true. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a privileged thing. That is to bring it back to the privilege thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, because if you have certain experiences that you're going through, right, but then someone else says, "Oh, that's not my truth." That's kind of like, you're just being ignorant to the fact that, other things can happen outside of your own perspective. You know what I mean? And from what I see in regards to the whole who is more personally privileged, I don't hear men saying that's my truth. I hear women saying that. They say that all the time on social media about my truth. Speak your truth, queen. That's a privileged thing, as if what they go through is what they go through. And if you don't go through it, then you're not right, you're wrong. It's actually under the same guise of cognitive dissonance, where someone can provide you the truth, but you since you're so like stuck in your own ways, you're just gonna believe what you believe. And no matter if I show you the sky is blue, you believe that the sky is red. That's what that is.
Can two things
I
be
wanted to
true
bring
at
that.
once?
They can, but that doesn't mean that what you experience is the end all be all. You're not a monolith to life. So if
Because when
someone's
I,
bringing you something to your attention, and you say, "Oh, that's not my truth," that's a very ignorant thing to say. You don't just say that and then expect me to just go with what you have gone through. It doesn't make any sense.
I think a lot of these people have dealt with kids, because when you deal with kids, it'll teach you differently on how to
I have three
like.
kids.
I'm talking about like dealing with kids on a large scale.
Oh,
It
not
will
like being a
change. It
parent.
will change your communication skills. It'll make you way more patient with people, and less selfish as well. Like Beyonda was saying, my truth and all that. That shit'll go out the window after you start working with kids.
Because I don't see that, and I could be wrong, and maybe it's the way I take it. I don't see someone saying that's my truth as they're saying they're superior. I see it as that's what they've lived through. It's like when people say all men or all women. That's what they've been through. That's their reality. So it's like their truth. Like if all the men they've encountered, I'm not saying it's not their fault, because you have to look within as why you're encountering these
Doesn't make
people.
it truth. That's perception still, because your perception is what you've been through, but that doesn't make it true. That doesn't mean that every man is this way or every woman's that way just because you dealt with it.
Exactly. Because you
That's
gotta
your
remember. Because
perception.
you gotta remember sayings, terminologies, or terms, quote unquote, like my truth and my what. That's a new term. That ain't no term that's been around. That term is new. So like
Very
the
new.
more and more society gets free, we're getting freer and freer to the point where it's damaging us.
Wait, so
You're
what's a new term?
my
My
truth.
truth.
That's a
How
new
come I
term.
couldn't finish what I was saying?
My truth, like putting my in front of a universal truth,
Yeah.
is new. The idea to
That's
speak.
not new. Because
Okay.
guess what? So my great grandmother would say that there's three sides to every story. There's his side, her side, and the truth. and nobody knows the truth but God.
So
So
his side
it's
is
his
his.
side
Yeah,
is his
there's three
truth.
That's
sides
not
to the
my
truth.
truth.
It's
So
three
that's
sides.
not.
Yes, it
All
is.
right, hold on. I'm not trying
No,
to. I'm not trying to have
That's
virtual.
means
what
it's
No,
his story.
nope.
he remembers,
I'm not
what
trying to
he
have
remembers to be
virtual.
true,
Not
what
trying to
she
have
remembers
virtual
to be
smacks.
true.
1 second.
But that
Now,
means
when
that's
that's
his
his
story.
account,
You don't have to
that's
fucking
when
anyone.
somebody says my truth, like Beyonda was talking about. That's a total different angle from someone's account of a situation. That's what you're talking about.
No, you're
But
you're
I'm
Yeah, hold
saying
saying
on.
I don't take it that
how
way.
language
Really,
evolves. We're using different
really,
slangs now, kind of like how on fleek.
You're
Nobody
not
says that
being tit for
anymore,
tat.
and
yeah,
now it's
really
that's
quick.
tea.
I do
And
want
he's
to
just
hear
like,
J Dub's side of it. J Dub, you can finish. I'm sorry if I cut you off. You can go ahead and finish what you're saying.
Hey, you. I was just saying, you might take it that way, but I don't take it that way. So it's all, and it could be perception. Reality and perception intertwines together. So like I said, it's like if everyone you see is a certain way, that's your truth. And yes, you could go outside of that truth, but for right now, what you grew up in, that's your truth. I don't understand why people are having a disagreement with this.
Well,
And like I said, Beyonder, I've never, when I
Because
hear that,
perception and reality are two different things.
perception and
Regardless of how
reality
you,
intertwine.
no, they
I'll
don't.
give you
Because
an
you
example.
might perceive something as a certain way
You guys
and
can
you
keep on
feel
talking because no one.
I'll
Hey,
give
no,
you an
I'm
example.
hey,
I can
hey,
sorry.
give you
can
an
y'all,
example.
I'm not trying to be rude.
hey,
I'm
can
just
y'all hear
saying,
me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, yes,
The
sir.
host is speaking. Can y'all hear me?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right. It, this is about to go in a circle. So Beyonda, can you do me this one thing?
Yes.
So to kind of help the conversation for the next 30 minutes, right?
Yep.
Um, let's pull some of our questions from our Monday show, okay?
From
Because that'll
Monday.
kind of because that'll kind of help the topic. So I had
Oh,
a particular question
okay.
that I had on Fifth at Night for ladies and gentlemen. I said, who has more societal pressure to succeed, men or women?
Okay. Y'all can answer that. It's an open panel. Whenever you guys want to answer that.
Yeah,
Who do you guys think
Societal
has?
pressure.
Men,
Well, hold on.
yeah.
Who has more societal pressure to succeed, men or women? Yes.
When you say
men,
so when you say societal pressure, meaning like things working against them, or like they got so much counting
Like,
them if they
like,
succeed.
No, no,
like
to succeed.
the narrative
Yeah.
the narrative of them. So like, the narrative around a man's success and a narrative around a woman's success. What is more pressuring, or who suffers the more pressure?
women.
I'll say
Men
women.
are like basically pushed to provide and give and do this and hide their emotions. They're not allowed to show their emotions. They're considered weak if they show their emotions. All these things, they're pushed harder on that. So yeah, men definitely, because women are allowed to show things in a different manner. And I'm sorry, but men need more love in this world, for real, because y'all go through a lot of stuff and don't even speak on it. It's up to us to, as women, to dig deep into our men and honestly just be there for them because they don't speak on it enough.
So
Okay,
from
man, you can go ahead.
yes, sir. That sounded amazing and beautiful, but you got to understand we're wired different. And most men carrying that big load that you see, and he's barely standing. He delights in carrying that load. Trust me. Just like the men that go out to fight our wars are every day, they delight in doing that. So I think that women have a worse narrative in terms of reaching success. I've seen it. So time after time, I was raised by a single mother. Um, the fact that she's a military vet, government vet, or government retiree, uh, and she raised 5 successful kids, and she had to deal with the scrutiny of being a black woman, doing all of that, coming home night in after night, crying herself to sleep. because of the pressures of the day. I can only imagine how that whole road was to success. So by far, I think that women have a stronger, a worse road to success than men
But
because
is
you
that in
got
relation? My bad. Is that in relation
mhm,
to her being a single mom, or just in
just
general? You're saying
just
that?
in general. Like I feel like a woman's job is what it used to be. Like a woman to me should get carried everywhere, not literally, but she should if it's not by her dad. Once her dad gives her away to her husband,
Wow.
she,
Can somebody
she
find him on Wish or Temu or something? Are you sold somewhere? What?
hold on, relax, darling. I
Let me
mean,
finish. Yeah, let me. We'll go
you
to Leah afterwards, and then you, and then J Dub.
like I said, what it used to be. That's why you got women like my grandmother that can live to be 103 and don't have to wear makeup. You see what I'm saying? Because there are women that are now like 28 and they have to wear makeup because the stresses of their life is wearing on them. You can see it. Now they say that it's a quote unquote norm. That's not a norm. There's too much stress in your life. You know what I'm saying? And I guarantee you, the doctor looked at your neurology, he will see that you're dealing with a lot of stress, too much that you shouldn't be dealing with. So I'm just saying, from my viewpoint, I believe, and this is kudos to the women. This is not a shot to the women.
No,
I'm
I
s- I'm
applaud
saying that
you. That's
I'm
why I
saying
said what I
relax, darling,
said. I
relax.
Hold
It's
applaud
not
on.
a
you.
Yeah, hold on. 1 second.
relax,
1 second.
relax.
No, I'm applauding you.
I'm not
I'm
trying to
applauding
debate.
you.
I'm not trying to debate. Why does
I'm not
everybody?
debating. I said I applaud
So
you.
can you just wait till
Hey,
I'm
let
done?
me step in real quick. Let's try. Okay, people are gonna forget the question, so let's make sure we're being fair and passing that mic around so
Yes,
that we
we
can get
heard.
back
She
to
answered it
the
first.
conversation.
She
Because
answered first.
I was
no, I'm
just
not talking
giving
about. I'm not just
grace.
talking about her. We have Aaliyah and J Dub on the panel.
Yeah, I'm about to
So
finish, but she keep prolonging it by cutting me off.
I
so
already
I'm gonna.
forgot the question.
She answered
I
first.
don't worry. I got it, and I don't need it. I got it. So the question was, who has more pressure from society to succeed, men or women? I'm asking the question again so that people don't forget it.
So can I finish answering it?
Go ahead.
So she answered first. I don't think you remember. Well, she
I'm not.
answered.
I get it, but I'm making sure that Aaliyah and J Dub get their time to talk as well.
Of course, I wasn't even 2 seconds. I wasn't even 2 minutes in. But um, to shorten it up, as if my words aren't gems, I'll shorten it for you. A woman has more of the load of a on a road to success. It's natural. Just look at the days and days. I'll land.
Okay, J Dub, do you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. I think in terms of like career wise, I think men do. But I believe that success as society is viewed differently for women. I think women's success or what they think it should be is marriage and a baby or babies, a family. And I think they are probably the same amount of, I don't know the word you use because my brain is fucking fried now, but the same amount of like scrutiny or whatever it is. But to her point, I do believe you should be a safe space for your husband, but it's their choice to open up or not. And um, they don't have to suppress all these emotions. I know that they were taught that and they were conditioned to believe that's the way a man acts or should act, but we're all adults now. We all know that they know because I hear it everywhere that they want to be emotional. They want to show their emotions, be transparent, and they don't. So we can't keep blaming our parents. We can't keep blaming the women. I hear men, he just said it a little bit ago that women are so emotional, like it's a bad thing. So I don't know. Men are adults, they can do that too, but it's both. Women, for their success in society, it's marriage and having a family, and for men, it's career wise. And I think they're both really pounded in on us. America is a very fast paced country and it's full of greed. And Yeah, other places aren't like that. Other countries. I land.
Aaliyah, did you want to go, or are you
Oh,
good?
yeah, I would love to go. I
Yeah,
feel
go ahead.
like women definitely feel more pressure to succeed because, like, we can't go out and panhandle like a man can. If a man succeeds, he can stand outside of a store and beg for money. A woman can't do that. We're in danger if we do. So we can never become that unfortunate because we'll be in danger if we do become that unfortunate. And money becomes a shield from danger. We are very vulnerable here in America, especially if you're a black woman. Like, we call the cops and then the cops pew pew at us, thinking that we're the person that's the call is about.
RP,
So,
that lady.
are you speaking more on the black woman experience or a woman in general? That's what I wanted to ask.
Well, I don't know what it's like to be a white tea woman, but I do know that white tea women are also afraid of the white tea men and that they could use some extra money for protection from their cop husbands because, like, cops love beating their wives for some reason. They have, like, very high domestic violence that just goes unreported. Like, I don't have many white tea friends, but the one that I do have, she is not safe, and he is using finances to, like, trap her, and he's also using pregnancy to trap her. He's using pregnancy like a weapon. So yeah, I feel like white women were also property at one point, and money is a great protection. Money is the biggest protection that you could possibly have in a country where where it's wrong to be a woman, basically. Everything that a woman does is wrong. And everything that's wrong with the world is a woman's fault, apparently. So, yeah, we have a different level of pressure because, like I said, we are not safe doing the same things men can do when they become unfortunate. We can't afford that kind of disfortune, or whatever. And men don't know that kind of pressure because they're not in danger simply by, like, their existence doesn't cause them danger, if that makes any sense for a man. A man is generally safe walking down the street. A woman walks down the street with keys in her hand if you're in a place like New York where it's, illegal to have any kind of weapons. Like, I got arrested in New York for pepper spraying someone who attacked me. There's no self-defense laws. You just let the bad guys do the bad things, and if you survive, then you go to the cops and maybe they'll catch them. The person who attacked me got a restraining order against me, and I lost my job as a security guard because of the charge of assault with an illegal concealed weapon. Crazy. So even defending ourselves against danger lands us in trouble. Now, had I had a job that, has more money, I wouldn't be worried. But I was just a little security guard. That's not enough money to protect me as a woman.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so real quick,
I'm I'm a
I'm
when I
gonna
when I
my fault,
drop.
Fifth.
I'm gonna
no,
drop. I just wanted to apologize to you as the host and Men of Many. I actually was just trying to applaud what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was actually just trying to applaud. But everyone have a wonderful day.
hey
Yeah, you too.
Tima, you there?
Yes.
Hey, you don't have to apologize to me. You didn't do nothing bad to me, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks for
And
that.
I really was just trying to applaud what he was saying. I wasn't trying to be rude.
No, we got you.
Okay. Everyone have a good day.
You
You
too.
have a
Fifth,
good
you want
day.
to go ahead? You go ahead, Fifth. I'll
Yeah,
speak last.
no, it's okay. I was just trying to say that when I ask these questions, it's you could generally speak. I mean, it's not. I know that we are so quick to go to our anecdotal experiences, but in most cases, the question is about, in most cases, who has more pressure from society to succeed. Uh, the conversation on my Monday YouTube show is that men definitely have the pressure because of this. If a woman let's just say a woman is trying to, an adult woman, her time to still be at home with her family can still continue as far as that help longer than a man because of how he's going to be perceived the longer he stays at home with his family, the older he gets. So what I was saying was usually when you hear about a man still living at home with his parents, the older he climbs up his age, 20s, 30s, and 40s, if he's never so-called left the nest, or he's going to catch a lot of heat from society versus a woman of same age. Now, if a woman leaves because she just wants to leave the house, that's fine. But a woman staying home with her parents is definitely in her 20s and 30s. Is definitely not going to catch the same heat as a man would. Does
You know
anybody care
what's
to
weird?
respond to that?
Right.
You know what's weird about
You know
that,
what?
Fifth?
It's because women are
Well, he
too.
wasn't done yet.
Oh, my bad.
I don't think
Hold on,
so. He wasn't done.
hold on, Ali. I'm gonna let man answer that. Go ahead, man.
As long as you embody the certain traits, or like, for example, like if you like a man's man like me, or like Fifth or Meander, and you live at home, then it will be like you'll catch Hades. You know what I mean? It'll be frowned upon. But if you're like a passive man of the same age and or woman, then you're kind of overlooked. And that living arrangement wouldn't matter much for real. So I think that plays a big part in that scenario because like I've seen people older than the age range that you mentioned, but they may be a little more like I don't know how you describe it. You know what I'm talking about. Like you're not gonna expect the cool guy at the bar to be like I don't know if you've seen Failure to Launch, like with Matthew McConaughey. He was a grown ass man and he was a hell of a man, but he lived at home. So that was the irony of that movie. Like women would meet him and they was like, bro, you're like the perfect guy but you live at home. So I think that's the only time it's frowned upon is when you're that guy or that woman. But as long as you like a regular person and you kind of like passive and you're not at the forefront of society, people could care less what you're doing for real.
That's not true. I think that's
Um,
true.
So,
I'm gonna go ahead
here's the
and
thing.
say, yeah. To answer your fifth question, in terms of pressure, I think the pressure is different, and I think the pressure depends on what we're talking about. So we're talking about financial success, definitely men, just because men are predicated on what they can provide. But if it's like starting a family, definitely a woman, because women have that window, that small window to find a good quality man and also get a family. Because if a woman is in her mid 30s but no kids and no husband, a lot of times she's not desirable, and she will face the harsh reality of the fact that she did not get a husband who can provide for her. So the pressure is a lot different. I wouldn't say it's necessarily the same or one is more than the other. It's just that, and also to Manny's point, right, or man and Manny's point, right, the pressure on a woman is multiplied whenever she's a single mom, but that can also be said for a single dad as well. So when you take one out of the equation and you're dealing with, the kid and the baby dad, baby mom, then the pressure is on you like times two. You know what I'm saying? So like it just depends. Like the pressure is different. I wouldn't say that one is more than the other, but a lot of times, um, speaking from society standpoint, is that women receive more sympathy for their plight. Men don't really get that. So the pressure is a little bit more alleviated on a woman's end to an extent because
That's a good point.
women are going to receive more sympathy. If like a woman's crying, you generally feel bad for that woman. But if a man's crying, there is a knee-jerk reaction to disgust. It isn't the same thing.
Oh, this
Women are
dude,
going to receive more sympathy.
this dude don't
So
miss. This dude beyond it don't miss. That's
DeAndre,
that's
I have a
it.
question for
The
you.
sympathy part, bro.
Yeah,
You just summed it up with that.
go ahead.
So bef- before I had mentioned that I think all the women's um, privileges were kind of like sprinkles, right? It was just kind of like, here you go. This is a privilege, even though it really shows that we're still treated as less, right? And something like crying, right? And being able to be emotional. Would men want that? Because that's a privilege to us, right? But in my opinion, if we told men, oh, here's a privilege, you can cry in front of everyone, do you think they would take it? Or do you
Well,
think
do
they would
men
look
want
at
to
it as like,
do?
that's not a privilege?
No. Do men want to suffer and unalive themselves? I don't think so. So if men would have
No.
the, if men had the ability to reach out and be emotional, they would do that. But men don't feel safe doing that. That's why they deal with it in silence.
Well, the thing is that I know men unalive more by schmuicide or whatever, but the factor is trying, like, men and women are 50-50. It's just women take pills or stuff that's more not as harsh as men do pew-pews, which I'm not saying is better or
I'll
worse. I'm just saying the
right.
amount of tries
Damn.
is 50-50.
I'll put it to you
That's
like this, right?
old,
Whenever, hold
brother.
on,
That's
yo, hold
old.
on, yo, my fault, yo. Let me finish with this quick. Let me finish. I'll put it to you like this, right? Let's say there's a man and a woman, right? And they're dating, and then they break up. They date for 5 years and they break up, right? The woman is going to have a social net to rely on to pick her up while she's down, but the man is going to actually feel the fullness of that breakup because he's not going to have that same comfort for that breakup. So what
Why
I'm
not?
saying is that that's how it is. Well, men don't really get a lot of sympathy for their suffering, but women do. That's kind of the whole point of what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to say it as if like, men are better. I'm saying it's a bad thing.
No, I
I'm
know,
saying
but
it's good for women to have that support. 'Cause I don't want women to suffer either. But I'm
yeah.
saying men don't get the same amount of sympathy that women do. That's
So,
what I'm
and
saying.
I agree. But do you think it's because men? It's more like they feel like they're gonna get judged because all the women I know are saying open
Yes.
up to us. Like, so
No.
it's a
Women are a roll of the
choice.
dice. You don't know what you're gonna get. You might
But
get a
that's
woman
with
that's gonna
everyone.
care, but no. Women are unpredictable. Women will say things. What they do is different. So if
But
you
see,
say you can
that's
cry
a
in front of me, but then
feeling.
what do you mean? What's the feeling? What's the feeling?
Like,
What is?
because we hear all the time that don't take your past relationships or something bad that happened into your future ones. So we got to start with a clean plate. So if one woman did that to you, I apologize, and that's so messed up. But we can't think now that all women are going to do that because not all women are. It is
It's
a
not
choice.
about all. It's about using what you know about what you've gone through and use stats, and then
Can
go.
I talk now?
Go ahead, my guy. Go ahead.
All right. Nah. I rock with you. What you saying, Bob? I just want to get in my turn. Tag me in, bro. Nah, right, true, bro. It's all about women's nature. I think as children we're lied to, and women, young girls aren't lied to. They're taught exactly how to finesse the world and men and the jobs they get. And men, we created society so women could have the easier jobs. That's why there's at least 77 to 90 million blue collar jobs available for men and women. Men have walked away from society, from jobs, from having children with women, marrying women. All the stats lead to saying that men are walking away. Women have this cope and this antagonization to an obsession to destroy the man, the common man, and also they're benefited completely with tax exemptions. If you have children, if you're a single mother, you get taxes for your children. You're completely incentivized for a woman to be a complete drone robot loser who's completely dependent on the government. And if not, and if you do, you have your little job, you work 3 times harder than any, like, as we should in modern day society. We work 5 times harder than we did in the 1960s, by the way. But if women want to work by themselves for evil corporations that's gonna fire them, because attrition rates for corporations are freaking evil, and they're on purpose. They're not trying to see people make tons of money, because there's specific families who that's meant for. Again, women are helping out racists. Women are helping out the self-unaliving of children, because every stats ever since the 60s, we've given the women the right to vote. Self-unaliving in children and in women, and medication, psychopathy is up 710%.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. And
But
I'm gonna land there, guys. Thank you.
Yeah, before you respond to that, J-Dub, Solo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, welcome to the panel. I don't know if you've been here before, but this little couple of ground rules. Please
He
don't
knew.
curse. It'll ruin the algorithm. So just don't curse. But respond to the question as you like. Go ahead.
I'm more of a conversationalist. I really don't like responding to prompts. I would hear something that someone say, and then I would want to chime in after they get done having a conversation. Like you and JW, I was having an excellent conversation, and I did want to chime in on that, but I got lost in the transaction, so I'm gonna just wait a minute. But yeah, women do get a little more social privilege, though.
Just to chime in on what Kill EO said, I think it's sad when it becomes a tool. Some women just inherently fall into that space, but some women do weaponize it. And that's when it becomes just a disparity to society, because he's right. Those numbers don't lie. Like, the people that created feminism, and those are evil women, man. Evil to the core. So when it gets to that level of like weaponization, that's when it's scary, man. I'll land there.
when was feminism created?
Do research, man. I'm not here to teach you.
No, I know
I
the
don't know.
answer to
I
it.
don't know when it was created. I just know that, like, for me, whenever I'm looking at the events of when feminism took place, it really happened post the unaliving of MLK, I want to say.
It first
Like, it
started
really,
in
like, popped off.
1848. So that's the second
1848.
wave of feminism. Yeah, that's the second wave of feminism that you're talking about. But I don't understand
Were
why
you talking
men,
about Susan B. Anthony after that?
maybe I'm not good with names. I wouldn't know. I have to look it up, but I just know it's 1848. Started with women becoming able to vote, or rich
Susan
white
B.
people.
Anthony. Okay.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
But during that time of the second wave, so many other things were happening to tear apart the family, and no men, or no red, I don't want to say red pill, but no, that kind of rhetoric talk about it. Like the government placing all kinds of rugs, like the war on rugs, to get men really hooked on them. So they're not working, they're not taking care of their family, redlining. What else? The welfare thing. I understand that it was made for YT people, which is unfortunate. But the thing is that you could still get all that if you're married. The man didn't marry the woman, and also wasn't working, wasn't providing. So I don't, it's always blamed on only feminism, but it was like 4 huge different things that was happening at once. So that's why I don't
Well,
understand that. It's like I think a lot of people just want to blame women.
it's not about blaming women. It's the fact that feminism really, we went from making women equal to now we're going into overcorrection, where now women are above guys. Because
How are they
women have,
above
like,
guys?
it's not that they're above guys, it's that they have the attitude that they are. Because whenever you put a woman in the lead role, whether they're making more money than their boyfriend, whatever, they're not good people. They don't treat their guy like the man, because the man
So
had that's just the reality. Like, we've had many women on this panel say they make more than their guy, and they don't show any respect for their guy at all, and that
it kind
happens
of
all the
seems like the
time. And
way.
whenever a woman is in the leader role, they don't actually handle it as a leader should be handling it. That's kind of like we went from a woman being equal to a man, and yeah, you can vote and you can do whatever, right? But now it's like, okay, now we're better than you. That's the attitude that's
How?
been treated with. That's how
So
feminism does that
I
to a
don't
degree.
understand. I don't. We're not
I,
equal
Bro,
whatsoever.
I don't
I'll
understand this
say this
lady,
as
bro. I don't
well.
understand this lady at this point, bro. And I don't
And
even know why she's
we doing
still
open
here.
panel.
I
Why
don't
are you being
Nah,
understand
so
this
Jay.
rude
lady,
Well,
to
hold
bro.
on.
me?
Wait,
Before
wait,
we
hold
do
on.
that, let's get to Lex.
Yeah,
My
let's
I
get
bad.
to
don't
My
understand
Lex,
this
bad.
man.
lady. I don't
And
understand this
Lex, you
lady
can
at
go
this
ahead,
point.
Lex.
How much to drop her, bro?
Nothing, because J Dub has a place up here. She's not getting dropped.
I feel like she's being frivolous, bro.
This is
Yeah.
me
I
all
don't
the
Hold
time.
understand.
on. Before we get to any open discussion, Lex, you can talk. Please respond to the prompt, please.
Yeah, right now, I think that women benefit more than men. There's always this rhetoric of men have to be a certain way. They have to have this get along to get along mindset. Believe all women, it's all men till there's no men. It's all this rhetoric that's just bashing men. But then when it comes to women, they can be a bad mom, they can be a bad wife, they can be bad all by themselves, and they get praised because they're labeled as strong, independent. They don't need no man. It's like nowadays, if you a man and you straight, well, you got to be an ultra simp just to be accepted by society. And I think that society doesn't like masculine men because there's no such thing as toxic masculinity or femininity. Either you're a man and you lack masculine energy, or you're a woman and you lack feminine energy. But I don't know what it's like to be feminine because I wasn't born with a box. I didn't grow up as a female. So how is a woman gonna tell me what true masculinity is, especially if she didn't even have it in her household? So I'm just saying,
Damn.
Yeah.
if I'm gonna say that I can't tell you how to be feminine, then in return you got to say, you know what? I can't tell you how to be masculine. I can disagree with your mindset and how you conduct yourself, but that's just my opinion, and this is your life to live. And I land there.
Damn, that was
Nah,
good.
well, that's the difference, though, bro. We know as men, we know what a masculine, aggressive ass woman look like. Soon as she put a pair of pants on, she feel more like a man. It puts a spirit on her. She put a dress and skirt on, she feel feminine. They know that.
I think part of the reason why that happens is because the alphabet community has labeled masculine energy as Blueface and feminine energy as Krishan Rock.
No, that's
Whenever
I
whenever
feel.
they
I'm
try to
just
act like
saying
the
though,
opposite
like
gender, they always act like the
Hey
worst
yo,
of the
say that
worst of
again,
BLK
Lex.
people.
Say that
They
one more time.
they weaponize the worst examples of BLK people to go ahead and push their masculine or feminine energy onto people, and they try to make people accept them for who they are when their whole personality is just basically their sexual preference. Yeah, just because you're in my presence don't mean that you got to be a grown dude talking about pickles all day and my back door wet and all this big wild stuff. How would a woman feel if I was just grabbing my crotch everywhere that I went and saying, yeah, I need some box, I need some box, who gonna give it to me? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta think, man, like not everybody likes the way that you are conducting yourself. There are older people that don't even like when people curse around them. So how do you think everybody else feel when you talking about your boy box?
talk that talk,
You
bro.
you know you know why that
Talk
never
that talk,
matters.
bro.
You
Hey,
know
yeah,
why that
yo, hold
never
on.
matters, Lex.
One second, bro.
Listen,
We have a new person
the
on
Yo,
the
the, the
panel, really
new
quick.
hey,
modern women
hey,
is a
hey,
Hold
yeah,
on,
robot.
yo,
bro.
yeah, yo,
Hold
hold on,
on.
yo, yeah, hold on. And we and we
Hold
got
on,
Yaya on the
bro.
panel.
We got Yaya, bro. Let her answer,
That
and then you can
nigga
go ahead. All
Lex
right.
got him fired up.
Yeah, Yaya, are you there?
Hey y'all, hey.
Hey,
Yeah, we
how's it
here.
going?
How you
So
doing,
there's a couple of
Yaya?
ground.
I'm chilling, everybody. I hope y'all having a great day.
Good. Go ahead, Beyond. I'm sorry. I'm just
No, you're good.
yeah.
This is not my panel. This is Fifth panel, but I am the co-host today. Just letting you know, a couple of ground rules: no cursing, and as long as you conduct yourself respectfully, you should be good here. But yeah, respond to the prompt. Who benefits more from social
Boy, Lex
privilege,
came in
men or
swinging.
women?
You know, I can agree with all of those rules and regulations. I think that women benefit more from social privilege, and I feel like it's designed to be that way. Let's just think of chivalry as an example. Men are supposed to open doors, they're supposed to defend women. There's nothing of the opposite. Women are obligated to do anything for men because of social standing.
Wow.
The problem
Thank you for
though,
coming to
we
my TED
can't
Talk.
base it.
Hey,
We can't base.
I ain't got no issue with what she said.
Yeah, we can get back to Yayo though. Yayo, you still there? You can go ahead and talk. I just wanted to get to Yaya first because she came on and she was brand new. So if you want to respond, Yayo, you can, or J Dub or whoever, Solo, anyone. Open panel.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Right, true. I believe this, man. I think corporations have spent trillions of dollars, if not just 1 trillion, on specifically targeting women's mindset. And because I know this from corporations, like they fixate on women because women are not gonna fight for their right. They're gonna follow the leader. And man, that's evil, man. I hope y'all hear me when I tell you that women are not gonna fight for their right. They're gonna enable unaliving children not even born yet, separating family, everything that's supposed to be a bad thing. I think women have enabled it, and I don't care what money women making. They're not outside doing welding, inspecting boilers, putting a pipe up, rigging. You know, they're not doing most of that thing. You know, I'm talking about the majority too. I'm not talking about the 1%ers. You know, right? True. And man, I want men. I'm gonna land here. I want men to just know, be careful. Be careful with women, bro. Be careful with y'all. Whoever love you, and that's it, bro. Because women can lie and put you in jail, and that's just what it is. Because she loves you, bro.
Finally, my type of talk.
Hey,
Finally,
J
my
Dub, do you want
type
to
of
respond
talk.
to that at all, or no? Because he did
Finally,
say a
my
lot.
type of talking, bro. Finally, my type of talking. The truth, the ugly truth. Yes.
Hey, the ugly truth is this. Women are only providers for themselves and their children at the very most. When a man is a provider, he provides for his family, his wife's family, maybe some of his friends. He might be a mentor in the neighborhood, and he might, you know what I'm saying, donate money to, children's hospital or whatever he donates to. Like that man is kicking out cash left and right, like it's his job. But like a woman, on the other hand, she don't see no need to provide anything for anybody most of the times, unless it's her kids.
So providing isn't just financial.
He mentioned that.
But
This
he's saying
lady,
like taking
bro.
out money, but she's only providing for her kids, of course, because
Why do you
that's
have
her
to like
role.
argue
I
every
also
Hold
brought
on, bro.
up being
Let her finish. Let her
I also
finish.
brought
Yeah,
up being a
let
mentor.
What is
Let her
trivial
finish,
though?
bro.
It's
Let her finish. Let
trivial.
her finish.
All right, do your thing.
I
It's
don't know if he
true.
was done yet.
It's trivial though, bro.
No, not you, him, Lanham.
I'm just saying nowadays, unless a woman really, really likes you, it seems like a lot of them are only ashamed of two things. Anything that they feel like they man isn't doing for them that they feel entitled to, or anything they had to do for their man in the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with that. I totally agree. I think nowadays love and marriage is more so based on love and not because they have to. Back in the day, women had to marry men or they had to stay with their dad. Like they couldn't own anything, they couldn't have a bank account. Um, I, yeah, I don't. It's odd that you say like men are putting out money left and right when we don't see that, for one, and for two, nurturing, taking care of the house, like that's all currency as well. We all have different roles. We're a team. So the fact that you think you're just providing or men are just providing and women aren't doing shit is very odd to me.
Oh look, this is
I
my
didn't say they were
response.
doing shit.
Let me
You're
get
saying they're
some
only
results.
they're only providing for their children, and you act like it's nothing. That's
Let
your
me
children too.
For a
let
lot of
me
men, that's enough. That's all they really need from a woman is just to you know what I'm saying, watch the kids and make sure that they healthy and happy and whatnot.
And
That's
all
all
that.
you're
day.
doing is working. And the same thing, if you're an adult, you're working, you're
About to
paying for
reel
your
you in
rent, your
that back and
bills.
forth that she loves. She about to reel you in. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah,
I don't know why
most of
he
y'all
keeps
women
talking on
though,
me.
most of y'all women come with a package anyway.
Yeah. The thing is this. Most of the times, if a relationship, actually almost every time a relationship fails, they're gonna ask what bad thing did the guy do or what good thing didn't he do that he was supposed to do. It's never anything about the woman. They always leave her out of this shit.
Well, if it
Let
was
me
the
tell you
woman doing
something.
all this
You
bad
got a
Let
stuff,
me
back and
tell you
why
forth. You
didn't
got a
he
something.
back and
file for
forth.
When
divorce?
I found a
Cyber
new
Smith.
girl,
Cyber
my
Smith. Back and forth.
ex-wife my ex-wife, right? When she saw I had a new girl and I was moving on, she threatened my life through text messages, blase, and then she switched up. She's like, "Please come see me." Right, right, true. I go see her. I didn't see her on my phone. We was going somewhere. I forget. She was on my phone deleting the messages that she was sending me.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
telling
that's
y'all,
we. Oh,
be
so
very careful, y'all. I don't care what. This is one woman who begged to marry me. She got on her knees to beg me to before I got to the
Oh,
army
that's a
to
red flag,
beg me.
bro.
Be
yeah,
careful,
all the
y'all.
Oh,
story
and
you're
you was about
saying
to go
is
to
a
the
red
army and get them
flag.
benefits? Oh, hell yeah.
And you're saying
Definitely a
she's
red flag.
threatening to unalive
What?
you,
And I
but
didn't
yet you
even
go
I didn't
see
even know
her?
about the benefits. I just joined because I thought it was the end of the world. But right, true,
What?
Yeah,
bro.
you get military discount on groceries and all
That is
that.
the stupidest
I
thing I've ever
joined
heard in my
during the
life.
virus. I was like, yo, gang,
And you're supposed to be a
I gotta
leader,
get out of
right?
here,
Oh
bro.
You're a
my
leader, right?
gosh,
Look,
this
look.
guy's funny, man.
Hey,
My
Landon.
goodness,
Hey,
Hmm.
ain't nothing I say is a
this
lie,
nigga's
bro.
funny.
I
Hey,
say truth wherever I go. I be in the barber shop, a bar, it don't matter. I talk to my nephew like this.
Landon.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I was gonna say
Fifth,
like
it's
the
time to wrap up. Fifth, it's time to wrap
Yeah,
up.
right.
let me get everyone's yo, shout outs to Yayo, man. Every time he
Yeah,
come
Yaya
up
was
here,
my
shout
guy,
outs to
yo.
you. Yo, let me get everyone's final thoughts, man. I gotta go, man.
Final thoughts. This is my topic. I picked this because I was driving my car,
No,
and me.
Beyond you go last. You go
I go.
last
Okay,
because it's your
good. Go
topic,
ahead.
all right?
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to go last because you can take all the time. Let me get man a minute. You want to go first?
I mean, everything that I was trying to say from the beginning just got unloaded right now, so I'm cool. I could just sit
Yeah,
back with my feet up.
that's what's
Landon.
up. Let me get I know you just came up here, Lex, but any final thoughts, man? I've been streaming up here for several hours, so
My
you
final
know.
thought is this. As a man, you got to find your mission and be on your purpose. Don't go looking for love in all these dumbass places. The right woman is going to come across, and when she does, don't chase her, dog. Let her prove to you why she deserves to have the opportunity of being with you. Build yourself up mentally, physically, emotionally, and then go ahead and do your thing. Never overextend yourself. She has to sell herself to you, not the other way around. Women don't date down. They only date up. They might sleep down from time to time with the bad boys, but when it comes to stability, they always date up. That's why they against prenups and mandatory DNA tests. Now land there.
Boy, cook the head.
Yeah, shout outs to him, man. You got a final thought? Okay, I don't know what she doing. Yo, you got a final thought?
Absolutely, man. God bless y'all, man. God gonna triple it for us, man, one day. Cause we don't put hands on women, man. We walk away. And right, true, bro. I'ma tell you, even with my new girl, bro, I wish I never did it. I wish I was just single Pringle, bro, girl, with them rosters. But again, y'all young man, y'all old man, bro. Do not give up your love. Women are obsessed with taking men's time. And mind you, we'll us. The moment you inconvenience her the slightest bit, you never helped her, you never did nothing. Just remember that. Women always do that shit, bro, and I'ma land.
All right, Yaya, you there? You there, Yaya? Trying to get her attention. Okay, she busy. J Dub, you have a final thought?
I'm in shock. Um, I I don't even know, dude. These men are supposed to be the leaders. Are you kidding me? They say that men are in their princess era. This is fucking. I'm sorry. This is true. Very, very true. You guys don't. I mean, I appreciate Beyonder. I appreciate Fifth, and then this guy Lanham. At least he was saying some actual true facts. You guys do research. Look up your stats because a lot of what you're saying is wrong. And the fact that you blame everything on women, take accountability because men made this whole men made this whole system. And you want to talk about how women are so this, so that. You guys controlled us. We were property. And now you said that we only are followers? Yeah, we did this whole feminism thing that you hate. But now you're saying, nope, you guys are just followers. They don't do anything. They don't fight for their rights. What are you talking about? Sounds ridiculous. Grow up, please. You guys are supposed to be the leaders. You're teaching these sons how to be men, but hopefully they're men. Because I don't fucking know. I'm shook.
Beyond
Yeah, that's damn. Okay. Um yeah, this was my topic. I was driving down the road, talking to Spicy Ranch, talking to my cousin JC, and it was just a question that I never really considered. I was thinking about privilege. 'Cause I was watching. I'm not gonna say their name on this panel because I know if you don't like them, but I was thinking about it, and I was like, man, like, do we live in a time where female privilege has overridden male privilege? And that's kind of how like the whole like question, came about. Because for me, like I'm not obviously I'm a guy, so I will have bias here and there, but for the most part, I'm pretty receptive to, hearing a point that is different from mine, whether it's good or bad. I would have liked to have more women on this panel because I would have loved to hear their thoughts on it. So shout out to Jada and shout out to whoever came up here before. But yeah, I mean, just from this conversation alone, I think my answer has been answered. I think women definitely do have more social privilege, but I will not be naive or ignorant to say that men don't also have social privileges as well. And I'll land there.
I know it has to go, but someone beyond or a fifth, write me and tell me what women have that are above men, because I'm curious.
Well, that J Dub. That's a question for Beyonder because that's not my point. So let me go ahead and say my last thing. So I did some things right. I did some things wrong on this panel today.
Oh, absolutely.
but you know what? I don't always hit the mark every time, but I do still appreciate everyone who's come up here today. And at the end of the day, look, I'm not here to change what people think. This is a table talk discussion, and there's always a diversity of thought. We all come from different schools of thought. We could agree or disagree as long as we do it respectfully. But I'm a man of accountability, and I will admit I made some errors today. But hey, it is what it is.
I did too, though. That's my fault. I had to work though. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't really be effective. But when I came back, I tried to clean it up a little bit.
Yeah,
You're
and then
being really rude.
and then me multitasking, getting ready for work also takes my attention away from how I conduct the panel as well because I'm physically away from the phone. But I do appreciate everyone who came up here and supported. I appreciate the people in the chat. Shout outs to Spicy Ranch and JC in the chat. Very active today. Everyone who came on the panel. My fourth quarter warriors, I like to call them, that come up towards the end. Shout outs to y'all too. But, gotta end it because I've been up here for hours. So, I gotta work now. So, hey, I appreciate y'all. Next time, I go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central every Thursday. All right?
Yeah.
See y'all next time. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brianda. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Yes, sir. Well, yo, message me on TikTok, Fifth.
Yeah. No problem.
All
And
right.
J-Dub, if you got... we'll inbox
I
each
get
other
a
because I know you
peach
got something to
milkshake.
say to me, J-Dub.
Yeah, that was
Yes,
rude.
ma'am.
He was being
Other than
so
that,
rude to me.
I'm good. Yes, sir.
He kept saying stuff under his breath. I
Malik?
don't know. I could have been way ruder, so I'm sorry I was acting a little bit, but I could have been way worse.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, well, there's always another day. We'll talk, y'all. Y'all take care. Have a good week.